Chapter 236, Thunder River. Reverie _ Ling Han, you're too arrogant. Li Chenghu and the others scolded him one after another. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, not that I'm looking down on you guys, I'm just telling the truth. Each of you certainly is trash. Bullsh *T. Li Chenghu and Huang Wei-zhe couldn't endure it and attacked him simultaneously. In actuality, they were certainly the only ones who were qualified, because the rest were just in the element gathering tier. Faced with someone in the first layer of the gushing spring tier, they could only watch. However, Li and Huang were both members of noble families whom their families were focusing on, so the two of them certainly were stronger than average. They both used swords and unleashed arts and skills right away, each out of the ordinary. Li Chenghu struck with his sword, and 10 spirals of flame appeared out of thin air, condensing into flaming flowers and floating rapidly towards Ling Han. Meanwhile, when Huang Wei-zhe brandished his sword, the ground trembled lightly as if it were dancing. Steady like a mountain, Ling Han didn't move, and his expression was relaxed. Arrogant. Li and Huang both snorted. They already unleashed their ultimate moves, but Ling Han was still so haughty. He's really asking for trouble. Let's injure him heavily, and make him remember this lesson. They heard vaguely about Ling Han from their elders, and were warned strictly not to provoke him. However, they were both in the prime of youth, and it concerned Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan, the two unrivaled beauties. How could they hold it in? Thus, they definitely didn't dare to kill, but still wanted to teach Ling Han a lesson, and let this brat know that the two beauties of the Imperial City were known as such because they belonged to the Imperial City, and definitely weren't someone a countryside toad could covet. Shua, both attacks came hurling toward Ling Han. Ling Han finally moved, very offhandedly striking out 2 palms. These 2 palms were extremely casual, and everyone could clearly see that there was nothing special about them at all. Yet, they easily broke through Li and Huang's attacks, striking them both on their chests. Peng, peng, with 2 smothered sounds, Li and Huang were both sent flying. They spat out blood in midair and made a parabolic arc through the air, landing on the ground at about the same time. Hiss! Everyone was shocked. Li Chenghu was a martial artist in the 3rd layer of the gushing spring tier, while Huang Wei-zhe was a layer weaker, yet, the two together were unexpectedly defeated by Ling Han in one move. The key was that Ling Han was only in the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier. And he did so effortlessly, as if even should these two be 10 times stronger, they would still easily defeated by him. As they understood that, Li and Huang found themselves completely at a loss, their confidence lost. In that moment, they completely abandoned the idea of teaching him a lesson. For Ling Han, as long he didn't face someone with a higher tier, then based on his experience as someone who used to be in the heaven tier, wasn't taking care of a few small gushing spring tier opponents an easy and relaxing thing? Get lost, he shouted lightly, giving no quarters. If these people stayed polite, then he would also be polite when he asked them to leave, but they wanted to embarrass him, so why would he give them face? He would never let outsiders found out about the Black Tower, so he naturally wouldn't wish others to tag along. Li and Huang weren't heavily injured and soon got up, giving Ling Han a fierce look and turning to leave. As they left, the others naturally followed in hurry. Li Si-chan, why don't you go with them? Lu Yutong asked sourly. I met them on the way, so we formed a party. Besides, I'm only a small alchemist, and not a member of the 8 noble families. Speaking of which, you're the one who should join them. Li Si-chan returned a tit-for-tat reply. Humph. The two of them glared at each other, neither giving in to the other. Snicker. Hunyo dove into Ling Han's embrace, her small face full of smiles. The 2 ugly people were foolishly arguing, but Ling Han belonged to Nyo. The 2 girls quickly ended their confrontation, and said worriedly, but, Ling Han, now you've offended almost the entire younger generation of the 8 noble families. When you return to the Imperial City, you might be in a seriously difficult situation. Ling Han smiled confidently. He now crossed into the gushing spring tier, finally catching up in tier with the mainstream younger generation. As long as figures from the older generation didn't come out, whom did he need to fear? Counter pawns with the king, and water with an earth weir, he said. Both girls thought so as well. Worrying now was useless. Moreover, if Heaven's Medicine Pavilion sent Ling Han a high-level black grade badge, then even the heads of the 8 noble families would have to be polite and call him young Master Ling when they saw Ling Han. No matter how many juniors united, what use would it be? Half a day later, they arrived in front of a large river. Further ahead was the vast unknown region of the Mystery Realm, but this river wasn't easy to cross. Ling Han looked closely as the river surged. There were actually flashes of lightning. Looking just twice was enough to make his soul begin to throb. This was a thunder river. If one crossed the river hastily, then one definitely would be torn into pieces by the power of thunder. Let alone gushing spring tier or spiritual ocean tier. Even a heaven tier cultivator would frown upon seeing it. Ling Han felt strange, and said, "Has anyone crossed the river before?" Yes, according to ancestors' written accounts, there certainly have been such people, but as to how they did it, no one ever returned, so there is no way to know, Lu Yutong said. Ling Han nodded. According to the logbook Xiao Ding left, somewhere in this thunder river were hidden stumps that would appear each day at a certain time, allowing people to cross. However, each time interval when they appeared would be very short. But many people came in every time, so there were always some who encountered it by chance, and there definitely were courageous people who wanted to go to the other side of the river to find opportunities who never returned. Ling Han was now searching for the place where the hidden stump appeared. They walked along the river and looked for spirit grasses and spirit trees in passing, reaping a decent profit. Although they were all low level, a mosquito's leg was still meat. Besides, the Black Tower's space was almost infinitely large, so why waste it? Seeing Ling Han make grass and trees disappear as he walked, Li Si-chan naturally looked like she saw a ghost, whereas Lu Yutong showed a smug satisfaction. Though a few days ago, her expression wasn't much better, she could now laugh at Li Si-chan, who was like a country bumpkin making a fuss over nothing. Ling Han revealed the spatial ring's secret to the 2 girls, and simply said that he had an even better spatial vessel, so naturally there was no need to explain the Black Tower's secret. And now, he no longer had any use for this spatial ring since the Black Tower replaced it with infinitely larger space and functions. The 2 girls were curious of the novel stuff, looking at the spatial ring with a blazing gaze. On one hand, the spatial ring certainly was a good thing, but besides that, rings represented another sort of meaning. It's Nyo's. The 2 girls were still waiting for Ling Han to choose whom to give it to, but someone who didn't play by the rules caught them off guard, snatching it and putting it on her finger while laughing. Hu Nyo was only so mature, and when she put the ring on her finger, she found it was empty, making her bawl out in anger. Ling Han laughed aloud, and took out a red rope to string it, turning it into a pendant and hanging it on Hu Nyo's neck. This instantly made the little girl turn from angry to happy, kissing Ling Han on the cheek as a reward. Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan looked at each other as a strange sense of crisis arose within them. Chapter 237, Chi Hua Lan. Reverie _ Ling Han gave the spatial ring to Hu Nyo with something in mind. Hu Nyo had too big an appetite, so even if she got lost by accident, she wouldn't have to worry about hunger when having a spatial ring filled with food. Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan could only accept it and nod, but at the same time, they sighed in relief. There was only one ring, so if it were gifted to either one, the other would be inevitably dejected. Could they not contend against even a little girl? The next few days, Ling Han always felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. The times Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan argued were less and less, making him feel as if the sun rose from the west. It was simply unbelievable. After yet another day, Ling Han finally found the place as told in the logbook. On the riverside were two stone columns that unexpectedly reached 330 meters tall. Their features very distinct. Here was where the hidden stump was. They waited. After 5 hours, black poles suddenly surfaced continuously. They definitely didn't come from the bottom of the river. It was like at the central hall, they were appearing out of thin air. Ling Han was not hesitant, and said, "You guys go in first." His large hand curled, bringing the three girls into the black tower while he leapt out. Shwa, 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 he was like a dragonfly dotting on water as the tips of his toes tapped on each stump, swiftly sweeping over and towards the other side of the river. Shwa, at this moment, a graceful figure flew out, following tightly behind Ling Han. Ling Han took a sudden stride forward, and arrived at the opposite bank. Taking a look back, he saw a lady was also crossing the river. After a glance, he involuntarily glanced at the girl who was surprisingly at spiritual ocean tier. Another close look, and Ling Han couldn't help being stunned. Lu Yutong and Li Sichan both counted as exceptionally beautiful, and their reputation was far-reaching in the imperial city, where they were called twin pearls. However, they obviously paled in comparison to this lady. This girl was definitely a beauty that could be ranked among the top 10 Ling Han had seen in his entire life, even breaking into top 3. With the fact that he was a heaven tier in his previous life, how many beauties had he seen? Countless. This girl could rank top 10, that meant she certainly was exceptionally beautiful, simply beyond the mortal sense. The key was that she was young, at most 20 years old. A 20-year-old cultivator in the spiritual ocean tier, even Ling Han nodded in acknowledgement. Placed amongst the geniuses he encountered in his prior life, she would make the grade. How could such a genius come out from a place as small as the 9 nations of the desolate north? Fairy Chi! Fairy Chi! A holler came from the opposite riverbank. Gu Fenghua's figure appeared. He obviously came here chasing the girl. Ling Han suddenly recalled that this guy said he'd encountered an exceptional fairy, and followed that fairy into the mystery realm. It seemed like this was that girl. She certainly was stunningly beautiful. However, at this moment, a change suddenly occurred. The stumps disappeared. Not one after another, but all of them disappeared in an instant, as if they never existed before. Gu Fenghua suddenly halted. He was a pervert for sure, but he wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't dare cross the Thunder River. The girl was also shocked, but not at all panicked. As she shouted lightly, flames gushed out of her body and formed a propulsive force that made her rapidly falling figure halt suddenly, gliding towards the opposite riverbank. Her white clothes fluttered, and the flames danced. She was like a flying fairy. Gu Fenghua was suddenly lost in relaxation and carefreeness as he stared, but then he immediately gave himself a slap and said, "Now's not the time to admire. Beauty Chi, go for it. You can do it." This guy was truly a buffoon. Ling Han shook his head, and as his gaze swept past the girl, he knew that the girl had no chance to reach the opposite bank. The girl obviously knew this too, and her delicate face showed an unreconciled expression. Was she going to die here out of carelessness? Shwa, at this moment, a metal silk like that of a silkworm shot out and wrapped around her thin waist. A massive force surged, pulling her rapidly towards the opposite riverbank. She wouldn't miss such a chance. She borrowed this force to straighten her back, instantly unleashing a surprising elasticity as she pulled her body upwards in an unimaginable manner. Ling Han retracted his hand, and Xiao, the origin gold, turned back into a bracelet. With this external force's support, the girl lightly fell to the ground. Her body trembled fiercely and she spat out some blood. When she'd burst with flames, it cost her a lot. Good. Seeing the girl land firmly onto the ground, Gu Fenghua instantly jumped in joy. He waved at Ling Han and said, "As expected of the man I think highly of, good job." Those words sounded so uncomfortable that Ling Han instantly shivered. As expected of a pervert. The girl took out a medicinal pill to swallow, and then nodded at Ling Han. "Thank you." Ling Han nodded, and said, "It's nothing, no need for formalities." Having her life saved, Chi Hualan must repay it, the girl said again with a prudent expression. Since she was so insistent, Ling Han nodded and said, "Okay, but no need to repay it with your body." Pa! Chi Hualan instantly spat in her thought. 7 If you wanted to, there was no way. She would never marry an average man. However, with this joke, her tone was colder. "You don't have to worry about that. Ling Han, take care of Fairy Qi." Gu Fenghua yelled out from the opposite riverbank, obviously not willing to be a lightbulb. "You know that man?" Chi Hualan asked Ling Han with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Ling Han was speechless. He and this pervert crossed paths twice and they already became friends? He nodded and said, "He is my friend." The disdain in Chi Hualan's eyes worsened. One who made friends with a pervert could not be any more normal oneself. She spoke no more. She would repay him for saving her life, but she definitely didn't want to associate herself with Ling Han in any other way. Even exchanging another word felt disgusting. Ling Han took notice of her expression and inwardly sneered. He saved her on a whim. Every moment, a talented cultivator would lose their life accidentally somewhere in the wide world, so her death wouldn't make much difference. He paid no more attention to her and looked ahead. From here on was the true mystery realm that only few have set foot on in several thousand years. However, nothing could be seen clearly. It was very strange. Separated by the Thunder River, it could be clearly seen that mountains and forests were here, and the land could be clearly seen 5,000 meters away. However, at this side of the river, there was fog everywhere. Things couldn't even be clearly seen 3 meters away, let alone 5,000 meters. Strange. Ling Han and Chi Hualan both thought. This was the effect of a formation. It's extremely dangerous here, so I advise you to stay here. Wait for the floating bridge to appear again and head to the opposite shore. Don't lose your life in vain, Chi Hualan said. This girl was unexpectedly cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Thanks for your concern. Only ghosts would be concerned about you." Chi Hualan snorted. "I just don't want you to die before I repay you for saving my life." Chapter 238, Evil Demon Tree. Reverie _ This girl truly knew not how to talk, using such harsh speech. Ling Han smiled lightly, and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely live to be 100. I worry." Chi Hualan snorted again. Ling Han couldn't help but think about Lu Ru'er, who also liked to snort. Caring yet proud. After he labeled Chi Hualan in his mind as such, he took out the logbook, peering into it again. Chi Hualang naturally didn't know how precious a thing Ling Han held in hand. It even allowed one to pass through the formation. She sat down cross-legged. Even though she ate a medicinal pill, she still needed to coordinate it with the circulation of origin power to recover her injuries. Ling Han very quickly closed the logbook and began walking ahead. Although Chi Hualan was recovering her injuries, she didn't dare to be careless. Naturally, she paid some attention to Ling Han in case he suddenly attacked and tried to subdue her. She knew just how crazy her looks made men. However, Ling Han just walked away. He walked away just like that? This guy was her savior after all. Even if he shamelessly stuck by her side, she wouldn't use her sword to chase him off, right? However, Ling Han let such a great chance go, making her appear as if she saw a ghost. To loosen the reins only to capture one better? Chi Hualang thought so at the start, but soon, she could no longer hear Ling Han's footsteps, as if she was the only one left in this world. He really left. Chi Hualan's face twitched. Although she never thought she'd charm all the men in the world, she'd seen plenty of the expressions of men who couldn't move their eyes off her, and now a freak who didn't care about her suddenly appeared, almost making her snap. This guy said he didn't need her to use her body to repay him. He wasn't joking, but he truly thought so. Chi Hualan thought back, and she was practically going berserk that someone gave her the cold shoulder. On the other side, Gu Fenghua called out, "Fairy Qi, come back. Get lost." Chi Hualan was still fuming, so she naturally gave Gu Fenghua a murderous look, which destroyed her fairy-like aura entirely. She took a deep breath and sat on the ground again. That was just a fool she didn't need to care about. She told herself that, but involuntarily clenched her fists. If Ling Han appeared before her now, she definitely would give him a beating. Ling Han took large strides forward. In this life, his attention was put on the path of martial arts. It didn't matter how beautiful Chi Hualan was, admiring her for a bit was enough. He followed the logbook's records and paid attention not to make a wrong step, otherwise, he could be forever trapped inside this mist, unable to ever leave. He could only hope that Chi Hualan wouldn't lose her calm and rush in. But, he was not a reckless person. It wasn't certain if the logbook was valid, not to mention possible changes to the formation after all those years that passed. Maybe this was a trap to lure people to enter? Ling Han turned blood-sucking origin gold into a line of silk, and fastened it to the riverside. While he advanced, he laid out the line in case he lost his direction, would still be able to return following the line. Wandering numerous times in ancient sites, his experience was naturally rich. The logbook apparently didn't have any problems. After 10 minutes, the mist dispersed, though it still remained. Its density wasn't comparable to the one before. It was gloomy here, as if it was midnight but with a dim moonlight. It was dusky, but not to the point of being unable to see one's own fingers, forming an extremely constrained and inhibited environment. Ling Han jerked his finger and retrieved the blood-sucking origin gold. He now had complete confidence in being able to return. According to reason, when the Mystery Realm's door closed, it would expel all outsiders inside, but it was rumored that those who crossed the river disappeared henceforth. None ever appeared again, and that meant two possibilities. First, once people reached this point, they would no longer be expelled, and second, the people who came here all died, so they naturally would not be able to go out. Since he didn't know the dangers hidden here, Ling Han didn't let the three girls out. On the contrary, his mind was highly tense, ready to enter the Black Tower any time. Pa! A shadow suddenly attacked like a sharp arrow, thrusting at Ling Han. Ling Han instantly made a decision, and a black sword immediately surfaced from the Black Tower. He reached and grabbed it, slicing towards the shadow. The cold sword struck and ignited a blinding brilliance, making the black figure show its true appearance. It was actually a rattan. Ling Han's sword struck out, unleashing 6 flashes of sword chi. With a muffled sound, the rattan was struck and immediately began fluttering everywhere with black-colored liquids pouring out. It was as if a man's arm had been cut by a sword. Shwa, shwa, shwa. At this moment, several hundred rattans came thrusting. Ling Han concentrated his gaze, opening up his left hand and turning blood-sucking origin gold instantly into a screen blocking the attacks in front. Pu, piu, 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 muffled sounds reverberated, and the strength behind the attacks pushed Ling Han back continuously. He aggressively retracted the blood-sucking origin gold with this time buffer. He already prepared Mysterious 3000, fiercely unleashing his sword. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Dozens of sword shadows surfaced at once, and the spiritual chi converged, quickly turning into a physical body. Go! Ling Han shouted loudly, controlling dozens of sword lights to counterattack against the rattans. This attack was too strong. The severed rattans fluttered and black-colored liquids poured like rain. Hong, with a trembling sound, a massive black figure surfaced. It was a massive tree, but this guy pulled itself out from the ground as countless roots intertwined below it, turning into 4 legs and enabling it to walk on the ground. Evil Demon Tree. Ling Han said with a slight change in his expression. Evil Demon Tree is a 3rd-stage monster spirit that isn't worrying on its own, but always comes in groups. As those words were said, another large tree appeared. then 3 more, a 4th one, and the amount kept increasing, forming a whole crowd of them. Evil Demon Tree's tree heart is an extremely good tonic food. It's just that when so many appear, it's hard to fight against them. Ling Han muttered. Hong, innumerable rattans were launched as at least a dozen evil demon trees attacked him at once. Ling Han hurriedly dodged while waving his sword to counterattack from time to time. It was just that these evil demon trees were simply too large, and just like his dead tree body, their trunks were tough and durable, so when the sword chi hit, it only scraped the tree bark. He was about to hide in the black tower to temporarily avoid them, but the strange fire sent him a thought, wanting to come out to fight those evil demon trees. Fire conquers wood, it's worth a try. With Ling Han's thought, Hong, the strange fire immediately rose up, emitting a strong presence. This strange fire was fostered from a shattering void tier cultivator's ossified remains. Its intrinsic qualities were surprisingly high. Once the strange fire came out, the evil demon trees instantly backed away one after another, revealing an intense fear. Never thought that my chance would come so quickly. Don't run, leave your tree hearts. Ling Han initiated an attack. Chapter 239, Battling Rong Huan Xian. Reverie _ Evil demon trees were special creatures, something between a plant and a beast. They could form an inner core like beasts that was similar to a martial artist's dantian. This was their source of power, known as tree heart. Since they counted as half-plants, evil demon trees' tree heart was like spirit grasses, very easy to refine and thus even more precious. Ling Han pursued them relentlessly, beating the evil demon tree army into disarray. At last, 7 evil demon trees had their tree hearts dug out while the rest took the chance and escaped, disappearing without a trace. However, due to their quality of being half-plant, even if their tree hearts were gone, they wouldn't die. The tree heart would still slowly grow back after 1,000 years. 7 tree hearts should help him break through to the second layer of the gushing spring tier, right? Ling Han was very curious when he reached the peak of the first layer of the gushing spring tier. Would he form a second spring eye, or continue to expand the first spring eye? He wasn't in a rush to refine these tree hearts, he continued to march on. Every time the mystery realm opened, it could only remain open for about 2 months' time. He'd already used up about half that time, so he had to speed up his pace. Fortunately, he had a predecessor's logbook, so he avoided several dangerous restrictions on the way, faced with threats but no real danger. The deeper it was, the flatter the landform was. Before, there were undulating mountains, but here there was only a spread of flatland seemingly without end. In the distance, a black light shot directly into the sky, connecting to the firmament like a heaven-reaching pillar. At the top, a pitch-black layer of clouds circled around it. A small dot could be seen faintly there, though what it was exactly was a mystery because it was simply too far to recognize. The location of the black light should be the mystery realm's core. What secrets exactly were hidden there? Ling Han hadn't set out yet, but already heard a strange sound and saw 3 bronze caskets slide from afar. That strange sound was issued by the caskets grating against the ground. The casket stopped 10 meters in front of Ling Han. Peng, the casket's cover flew open, and out jumped a youngster. It was Rong Huan Xian. You're quite strange, kid, I'm surprised you were able to come here. Rong Huan Xian said with a puzzled yet impressed expression. You too. You too. Ling Han smiled as he said. If Rong Huan Xian didn't use the silver-armored corpse, then he would be able to put up a fight. You had a breakthrough? Rong Huan Xian's gaze inadvertently swept by Ling Han's body, instantly causing him to open up his mouth wide enough to fit a chicken egg inside. You were only in the first layer of the element gathering tier earlier. How did you suddenly become someone at first layer of the gushing spring tier? This was truly inconceivable. Whose cultivation could jump like that? Right, you should have eaten some spirit fruit, that's why your cultivation made a leap. He immediately nodded, answering his own question. It was the only reasonable explanation. Ling Han naturally wouldn't explain. He said, "You can come here because of the 3 caskets, right?" Rong Huanxian rode the casket over earlier. This was the 1000 Corpse sect's most precious treasure, perhaps even a 10th tier spirit tool since it was able to fend against the restriction. Rong Huanxian smiled proudly and said, "Correct." Then, he asked, "So, how did you come over?" "Luck." Ling Han smiled. "Then your luck is truly bad." Rong Huanxian revealed a sliver of killing intent. "Why?" "Because you're going to die by my hands now." Rong Huanxian attacked, forming a fist with his right hand. A spread of filthy air was discharged from his body, turning the ground 30 meters around him into dead land. Corpse chi kept rising and turning into skulls, charging towards Ling Han. "Humph, evil triumphs not over the virtuous." Ling Han snorted, and with a thought, flames emerged from his body, fending against the corpse land. His spirit base was complete with 5 elements. Origin power could transform into any element, and releasing flames was naturally a mere trifle. Flames had a strong restraining power against evil chi. This confrontation was a direct contest between origin power. Rong Huanxian was in the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier, but his power surprisingly surpassed Ling Han's. The 5th layer's power was stronger than the 1st layer's, so it should be a very normal thing. However, Ling Han's spirit base was complete with the 5 elements, and on top of the process of 9 nuclei fusing into one, his power actually surpassed that of a normal 5th layer. This showed that Rong Huanxian wasn't an average Joe, boasting power surpassing his cultivation. Ling Han couldn't help but shake his head. He was surely a genius, but were other geniuses not allowed to exist? Despite 1000 Corpse sect being chased like rats, it couldn't be denied that it once had its years of glory. Its roots were naturally extremely deep, so would they not have been able to produce 1 or 2 exceptional geniuses? He was a bit surprised, but Rong Huanxian was even more shocked. Rong Huanxian knew clearly that although he was at the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier, his true power was on par with the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier, and his battle prowess rocketed to 9 stars. Yet, in a pure origin power standoff, he actually barely surpassed Ling Han. Truly inconceivable. You're very strange. You may become a great rival in the future, so you must die. Rong Huanxian said in a justified manner. Ling Han laughed, and said, hearing this, should I feel honored or scared? Honored and scared. Rong Huanxian said threateningly. You seem to understand quite a bit about the 1000 Corpse sect. You were probably thinking that I could run wild only by relying on these corpse soldiers, but you didn't know that my actual strength is also extremely strong. Then I shall experience it, Ling Han said indifferently. You will regret it. Rong Huanxian attacked, his fist turned into a large skull, smashing towards Ling Han whilst he chanted, Corpse Chi opens the skies, my lord is heaven and earth. This chant is quite conceited, but this strength, well, Ling Han shook his head, and his eyes turned cold. With his right hand already striking out with his sword, he said, on a clear bright day, demons and devils scatter at once. Sword light dispersed like the sun in midday. Not bad, you have some strength. Rong Huanxian sneered, still throwing punch after punch enveloped in corpse chi, unafraid of clashing head-on with a sharp sword. The main reason for that was that this sword was still a normal tool. If it were a 3rd-tier spirit tool, then it'd guarantee that Rong Huanxian wouldn't be so arrogant. He had the power advantage after all, and it was an absolute advantage at that. Additionally, his skills were also out of the ordinary, very quickly letting him take the initiative, becoming more overbearing with each punch. I knew I didn't misjudge it. Your battle power is extremely strong, at least equivalent to 8 stars. Unfortunately, you met me. He laughed boisterously with an arrogant and domineering spirit. This guy was certainly a genius, and he received the 1,000 corpse sect's inheritance, it was impossible for him not to be strong. Ling Han let out a loud cry and took out the fire-eyed bull's horns, holding one in each hand. With the surge of origin power, the patterns on the horns immediately lit up one after another, each bursting with flames. "Watch how I'm going to slice you." Ling Han used the horns as a handle and flames as a blade, attacking at Rong Huanxian as though with a sword. This effect was unusually good. Rong Huanxian cultivated a most mean and evil art, and what he feared and hated the most were fire-type arts which naturally dominated over his. When flames swirled, they instantly diminished his force greatly, and the two became equally matched. "You shall not live." Rong Huanxian's killing intent was blazing now. Chapter 240, Corpse Rain. Rong Huanxian was definitely a conceited person. He was a genius of martial arts, there was no doubt about that. Additionally, he had also managed to obtain the core inheritance of the 1,000 corpse sect, so he should have been invincible against any opponent in the same age range as he. But Ling Han was even younger than him, yet was powerful enough to oppose him. This caused killing intent to boil within him. Die. He used a secret technique and punched out, actually producing a light shadow of a black skull that was draping over a similarly black-colored battle armor. A gigantic black blade rose and shot towards Ling Han in a slash. Ling Han's expression was a bit cautious. He took a deep breath, raised the bull's horns and launched his own slash. Mysterious 3000. Shwa, shwa, shwa. It was in a single instant when the skull warrior produced by the technique suffered multiple slashes, and was immediately shattered into pieces by the barrage. Ling Han was a bit out of breath. If it was not for the fact that the space within his dantian had been expanded 100-fold, he would have been completely exhausted after managing to launch 10+ attacks of mysterious 3000 at most. This sword style was indeed very powerful, but it also expended an unusual colossal amount of energy. Moreover, the bull's horns were still not a sword at the end of the day, so there was a great loss of destructive power. But it was also because the bull's horns could produce a level 3 flame, which was very effective in dispersing the corpse chi, that he could achieve his goal with this one attack. Rong Huanxian was in utter disbelief. That move just now had been a secret technique of the 1,000 corpse sect, and was at the level of a black grade high-level technique. It was also something that could only be used by a disciple of the 1,000 corpse sect, because it required the user to possess corpse chi. This move was a combination of origin power and corpse chi, and had a terrifying corrosive ability. A martial artist needed only touch a little bit of it, and he would definitely melt completely. But Ling Han unexpectedly managed to unravel this attack in a single slash. If he knew that this was the invincible sword technique that allowed the Sword Emperor to move unhindered in the world, he might feel a bit honored. That was because the Sword Emperor was too powerful a person had started to become known from when he was merely in the Gushing Spring tier, until he finally reached the Heaven tier. He had defeated all opponents who were in the same cultivation level as he, and stood invincible at the top of the field of the martial arts. Facing such a slash, he managed to avoid either death or defeat. This was already very much a miracle. However, Rong Huanxian did not know. Thus, he felt very displeased, and his killing intent became even stronger. "You are indeed a strong foe. I have no choice but to eliminate you." Ling Han sighed, and smiled as he said, "We have no enmity between us, so why don't we simply drink some wine or have some tea? It would be better for you to go to hell and have your drink there." Rong Huanxian released a loud yell, and a black-colored chi appeared all over his body. A weird scene appeared. The black-colored chi actually solidified and formed sharp blades all over his body. At the first glance, it seemed as if he had become some kind of monster. Ling Han's expression became even more cautious, and said, "You made corpse chi cover your body and forcibly increased your own power? You indeed have a very deep understanding of the 1,000 corpse sect." Rong Huanxian smirked, and said, since that is the case, do you still intend to resist? Ling Han smiled calmly, and said, you have your trump card, but so do I. Firstly, I had not wanted to reveal it, and secondly, I did not want to waste it on you. Oh, then I would really like to get a look at it. Rong Huanxian moved. With the corpse qi enveloping him, his battle prowess had indeed increased drastically, and he was once again able to get the upper hand. Ling Han humphed and put on the purple star handguard. He had already grasped fully the way to use this spirit tool. With instilling his origin power into it, the designs on it immediately shone and provided him with a continuous supply of energy. Rong Huanxian exclaimed in surprise. His battle prowess had increased slightly, and Ling Han was also able to similarly increase his own battle prowess, so both sides were back to the same starting line. It looked like this brat had also encountered a colossal fated opportunity of his own. However, Rong Huanxian had no fear. His greatest trump card were the 3 copper coffins. This was a secret treasure of the 1,000 Corpse sect. Though he was still unable to fully activate them, as long as he took shelter within them, it might not be possible for even a powerful elite of the flower-blossoming tier to lift the lid of the coffin and drag him out. Thus, he was filled with confidence. Hang, Ada, come out, he mumbled under his breath, and pang, yet another coffin opened and a silver-armored corpse leaped out. Hey, hey, hey. Didn't we agree on a one-on-one battle? How can you bring out a helper? Ling Han said with a smile. Since you know so many secrets of the 1,000 Corpse sect, then you should also definitely know that the greatest technique of my sect is to control corpses. Corpse soldiers can be considered my sword or saber, so how could it be considered as taking the advantage of numbers to bully the few? Rong Huanxian smiled as well, but did not hesitate at all in issuing his order for the silver-armored corpse to launch its attack at Ling Han. Spiritual Ocean Tier, what more when it was the peak of the Spiritual Ocean Tier, was not a league that Ling Han was capable of opposing at this moment. Even if he had the Black Tower to transmit power to him and forcibly raised his cultivation to the next tier, it was still not a definite thing that he would be able to resist such a terrifying guy. After all, the gap between the first and the 9th layer was a bit too big. Moreover, the body of the silver-armored corpse was comparable to the ingredients used to forge a Tier 4 weapon. Even it stood there unmoving, it would still require a bit of effort from him to break through its defenses. Pang! Right about when Ling Han was thinking of fleeing, a black shadow suddenly dropped down from above and crashed heavily near them, producing a gigantic depression in the ground, causing the latter to shake with a powerful tremor. Ling Han and Rong Huanxian immediately ceased their battle. They indeed wanted very much to kill each other, but would definitely not give up their own life to achieve this purpose. Pang! 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 More and more black shadows dropped down from above, and like rain, they fell around Ling Han and Rong Huanxian. Ling Han grew cautious and alert. If he was forced into desperate enough straits, then he could only enter the Black Tower right in front of everyone. If worse came to worst, he could use the chance when the Black Tower would transmit power into him and kill them to prevent them from revealing his secret. His gaze swept over the surroundings and he could not help but look shocked. A hand actually stretched out of the large depression created in the ground, and a person came crawling out of it. This was an old man who was dressed in embroidered robes. He looked like a wealthy man, but there was no sign of life circulating in any part of his body at all. There was no heartbeat, and no breath. Ling Han was absolutely sure that the blood in this man's veins was definitely not flowing. This should be a completely dead man. But he actually climbed out of the deep pit, and his face was vivid and lively. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like he had just fallen asleep. This was instead even more terrifying. Not just him. From each and every hole, a corpse came crawling out. It was obvious that there was no sign of life from them at all, yet they were still able to move. They looked a bit like corpse soldiers, but they had obviously not been refined at all. What was even more inconceivable was the fact that these corpses had dropped down from the sky. Yet Rong Huanxian's eyes immediately lit up and he looked practically like he was about to break out into a dance. There are actually so many good quality corpses. No wonder the 3 live corpse coffins insisted on bringing me here. So it seems that there is a great fated opportunity for me here. This person had been in spiritual pedestal tier when he was alive. This one was in flower blossoming tier. And here's another in spiritual pedestal tier. Ha 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 ha, I need only refine a few corpses, and it would be enough to do as I like in the north. Rong Huanxian looked incomparably delighted. He pointed at one of the corpses with his right hand, and said, "When I refine you, you must obey my commands." He began muttering under his breath, and a black-colored qi actually spread out from his right hand, wafting towards that corpse. The corpse seemed like it had not felt anything at all, and merely continued to stare at the sky blankly. Ling Han too looked at the sky, and could not help but come up with a daring idea. Could it be that these corpses were that little black dot in the sky, and it was previously impossible to tell there was more than one because of the distance? The black light surrounded the corpse's body, and as if it was alive, it entered into the corpse through its nostrils, ears, and eyes. Rong Huanxian smiled. This was the source corpse qi he had cultivated. As long as a corpse was invaded by this qi, then the corpse would fall under his control. "Come here," he commanded. The corpse seemed to have felt something was off, and suddenly turned to look at Rong Huanxian, its body slightly trembling. Pooh! A black-colored qi shot out from within its body and instantly turned into ash. Rong Huanxian's previously pale face suddenly reddened, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His source corpse qi had been destroyed, which caused him to experience a powerful backlash. Chapter 241, Demonic Qi. Finally, no more corpses continued to drop down from the skies. However, these corpses all stood up and began to surround Ling Han and Rong Huanxian. They did not make any move, and seemed to be waiting for a command from someone. However, though Ling Han and Rong Huanxian were heavily surrounded, neither looked the slightest bit afraid. That was because they both had a powerful life-saving trump card. Ling Han had the Black Tower, while Rong Huanxian had his 3 live corpse caskets. All of a sudden, these corpses all turned to look at Ling Han and Rong Huanxian. There appeared a network of black-colored veins on their skin, which caused them to look strange in an instant, but at the same time, it also gave them a bit of life, as if they had really been revived. They began to walk and made their way towards Ling Han and Rong Huanxian. They didn't move very quickly, but each and every one of them was exuding a powerful aura. These people were indeed dead, and because they had not been refined, could not possibly have the powerful battle prowess that corpse soldiers had. However, those patterns on their skin had completely changed everything, and allowed them to possess a terrifying battle prowess. It was as if they had been transformed into human-shaped spirit tools. Rong Huanxian, we shall continue our battle next time. Ling Han laughed, drew out a swift cloud talisman and slapped it onto his body. Then, he broke into a run. There was no advantage at all in fighting with these human-shaped spirit tools. Moreover, both he and Rong Huanxian had a means which could absolutely guarantee their safety and so were unable to kill the other off, so what was the point of continuing to fight? To continue wasting time here? Moreover, those corpses must have appeared to block their advance, and anyone who would choose to continue to stay here and fight a tough battle would be an idiot. Hong, a female corpse, raised her hand and delivered a palm strike. A light shadow was launched, and formed into a network of patterns, shooting towards Ling Han. A spiritual pedestal tier level attack. It was not possible for Ling Han to dodge an attack of this level even if he had increased his speed tenfold. But just as this light shadow was about to make contact with him, he entered into the Black Tower in a flash, but in the next instant, once again reappeared from within the Black Tower. As his speed was too fast, it was as if he had never disappeared at all, but that attack had indeed missed its target. Rong Huanxian was extremely shocked, because he was quite sure that he himself would never have been able to dodge that attack. It was after all an attack from someone in spiritual pedestal tier. If his eyes had been sharper, he may have discovered the fact that Ling Han had vanished and once again reappeared, but for someone in the gushing spring tier, that was impossible. Ling Han's calculations were too accurate. Entering and subsequently exiting the Black Tower was just enough to make that attack fall short of its target. If he had reappeared a bit sooner, he would definitely have suffered the attack, and if he had appeared a bit later, then it would have exposed him. How could the eyes and judgment for someone who used to be in heaven tier be hollow? However, he did not have the time to continue pondering, as there were already many corpses that had launched their own attacks at him. The silver-armored corpse had just rushed forwards, and with a paw, smacked an old corpse into pieces. An existence of flower-blossoming tier. Rong Huanxian did not have the slightest feeling of having vented his anger as he hurriedly hid himself in one of the caskets. Pung, 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 pung. An innumerable number of attacks shot forwards, activating the 3 live corpse coffins. The patterns on the coffins immediately lit up, launching rays of black light. Even if these corpses had the battle prowess of spiritual pedestal tier, at the very least, they did not have the slightest bit of resistance against these rays of black light. In an instant, they collapsed and transformed into a black-colored liquid. In this way, the attention of practically all the corpses was attracted. With a long hiss, Ling Han's speed increased, and he had instantly disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Rong Huanxian could only curse from within the copper coffin. The best-case scenario was that Ling Han would be killed off by one of the corpses. Those corpses were very powerful, but speed was not their forte. After Ling Han had forced his way out of the encirclement, he very quickly managed to throw off his pursuers, and continued to make his way to that black-colored pillar of light ahead of him. He had the logbook left behind by Xiao Ding, and managed to continuously avoid all the dangerous zones. But after advancing a bit further, he had reached the zone that had been Xiao Ding's limit. In other words, he would be able to come into contact with that source of misfortune here. Ling Han used his divine sense to continuously sweep over himself, taking note of any slightest bit of change. However, his bloodstream, his heartbeat, and everything else was completely normal. He was approaching closer and closer to that black-colored light pillar, and sensed that he would be soon unraveling an ancient mystery, so could not help becoming a little bit excited. After proceeding for some more distance, he coincidentally raised his hand, but realized, much to his shock, that there had actually appeared a black-colored pattern on his palm and arm, which was exactly the same as those corpses that had dropped down from the sky. How could this be? He had obviously not felt any change, but without his knowledge, something had happened to his body, making him feel very astonished and wary. One had to understand, he was someone who had the senses of a martial artist in heaven tier. Yet still, he had fallen victim without realizing it. Xiao Ding had said in his logbook that there was a mysterious energy in this place, which had infected him, causing him to feel unlike himself. Then, if he had been like those corpses that had fallen down from the sky, then began to move under the control of this mysterious pattern, he would have been moving like a zombie, and indeed, that was no longer himself. With a thought, Ling Han had entered into the Black Tower. In the Black Tower, he was the ultimate ruler. He left Lu Yutong and the other girls far behind, and did not allow them to find out that he had arrived. "Get out!" Ling Han humphed. A mighty force exploded from his body, and it was as if he had transformed into a brilliantly shining sun. Those patterns on his skin were instantly shattered, and transformed into black-colored threads. After they merged together, they only had the breadth of a single strand of hair. It was as if this black thread had a life of its own as it continued to twist around, and even released shrill hisses. It was the level of divine sense, and directly penetrated into one's mind. "I am in charge in my territory. Whatever you are, you had better behave in front of me. Ling Han's right hand pressed down on empty air, and this black thread could only obediently hang in midair. Xiao, small tower appeared, slightly trembling. Do you know what this thing is? Ling Han asked. Demonic qi. There is a consciousness in it, which allows it to control living beings and transform them into puppets, small tower answered. Ling Han nodded. He had seen with his own eyes that there were similar patterns flashing on the bodies of those corpses, and they were moving around like zombies. Ultimately, it was this black thread that was the key of the matter. However, pure demonic qi is also not a bad energy, which can be used to remold yourself thoroughly. I can erase the consciousness from within it, and make it so that you can use it. However, there is not much here, so the effects would be limited. Small Tower continued. Really? Small Tower shook lightly. It's done. It was done just like that? No matter how it was, shouldn't there have been some explosion of light, or a bit of time to wait? Ling Han was shocked. From this, he could also tell how high the level of the Black Tower was. Well, that was true. With merely a slight tremor from it in his last life, his mortal body was dead. He held up that black thread. Now, this thing was obediently not making any further resistance. He could also sense the power held within it. It was different from spiritual qi, but seemed more majestic. With a thought, he had once again appeared in the outside world. A consciousness was suddenly moving in his mind. Who? Ling Han immediately shouted. What an intriguing brat. That consciousness once again resounded. I discovered a sliver of consciousness had lost contact with me, and it so happened that it is that sliver that is attached to you. Chapter 242, Azura Demon Emperor. Reverie _ Ling Han smiled condescendingly, and said, A grown man still speaking half-truths, don't you fear being laughed at? Hee, youngster, when this lord had overrun the world, your ancestors weren't even born. That voice laughed, its owner appearing to think otherwise. No matter, this lord's name is Azura Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor? Ling Han was stunned. Based on Xiao Ding's account, Devil Sky Mystery Realm's master was called Demon Master. Could it be this person? He said dully, this nickname is certainly awe-inspiring and domineering, but don't you have a name? Ha, youngster, are you trying to fish out information from this lord? The voice that called itself Azura Demon Emperor burst into laughter. AI, this lord hasn't seen people for too long, so I'll chat with you for a bit. Ling Han didn't appreciate the offer, and said coldly, Lord Demon Emperor is in such a good mood, using mystical arts to control people right away. I wouldn't dare to chat with Lord Demon Emperor, maybe I'll fall into a trap at any time. Azura Demon Emperor laughed mischievously without a shred of anger and embarrassment from having just had his evil deed revealed. This is a mystery realm locked by infinite restrictions in order to stop people from entering. This lord is responsible for suppressing this land, and won't allow anyone to pass. It is you who bumped into the spear-tip one. Those words seem to have some reason. Ling Han was already well acquainted with such ways, so he naturally wouldn't be embarrassed by this rebuttal. He laughed and said, Old senior, this place has been desolate for countless years, already becoming a thing with no owner. Us martial artists explore all sorts of ancient ruins, it is a very normal thing, isn't it? Would Senior send out an application asking for permission to enter before entering some ancient ruins? Azura Demon Emperor instantly cracked up. Youngster, you sure can argue. Well, this lord won't get entangled in the right or wrong of entering this place, but since you've entered, and have the ability, you can complete a wish of this lord. Ling Han inwardly sneered. Speaking of arguing, Azura Demon Emperor was better, quietly covering up the fact that he tried to control him earlier. However, if he wanted to fish information from the other party, he naturally wouldn't keep arguing about that, or else they would only fall out. "What wish does Senior have?" he asked. "Wait for this lord to tell you why Devil Sky Mystery Realm exists." Azura Demon Emperor sighed, and began to tell Ling Han what he wanted to know. A very long time ago, at least several 10,000 years, an incomparably strong being appeared in this world. It was called Chaos Origin God. God? Ling Han was a little shocked inside. Those who reached Shattering Void Tears Extreme could shatter the sky and enter the legendary Divine Plane. Could this Chaos Origin God have come from the Divine Plane? If a being like that truly existed, then wouldn't it be invincible here? Chaos Origin God was strong, but it committed the most heinous crimes and caused countless formidable cultivators to set out against it together. After paying a steep price, they defeated Chaos Origin God. His body was divided into 9 parts, each part suppressed in 9 different mystery realms, Azura Demon Emperor added. Ling Han was seriously shocked, and said with a frown, "This place suppresses 1/9 of Chaos Origin God's body?" "Correct." Ling Han was astounded, and asked again, "You said body, not corpse?" Chaos Origin God was too powerful. Even if smashed to pieces, he could immediately recover, being essentially impossible to kill. Thus, the only way was to split his body into 9 parts to decrease his power, suppressing each part separately, Azura Demon Emperor explained. Hiss, as expected of a god, super kick-ass. Ling Han pondered, and asked again, why not split him into 10 parts, or 100 parts? Because 9 was the extreme. If it surpassed 9, Chaos Origin God could restore himself on any remaining limb, and below 9, his power would only be divided. Therefore, the extreme was 9 parts, Azura Demon Emperor said. Ling Han nodded. This explained one of his doubts, but he immediately asked again, after so many years, Chaos Origin God hasn't died? A god's life is so long that it surpasses your imagination, Azura Demon Emperor said indifferently. Senior's life seems to be quite long as well, Ling Han also said indifferently. Ha 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 ha, this involves another secret, but it's also the wish that I would like you to complete for this lord. Azura Demon Emperor laughed and said, suppressing Chaos Origin God under 9 mystery realms can only temporarily suppress it. The 9 body parts will still instinctively seek to escape and fuse with each other. He paused a short while, then continued, thus, each mystery realm includes strong restrictions to strengthen the lock. However, the restriction's power slowly weakened with time. It should be about 20,000 years ago when the restriction power weakened to the point that it almost couldn't suppress Chaos Origin God. Consequently, this lord fused his own body with the restriction to reinforce the restriction again. That was what Xiao Ding had said when they were ordered to leave Devil Sky Mystery Realm. Ling Han pondered. Azura Demon Emperor's words had no inconsistencies, and if it were as he said, that he sacrificed himself to suppress Chaos Origin God by fusing with the restriction, then his moral character was definitely worthy of respect. He nodded and said, Senior's sentiments impressed this junior. Azura Demon Emperor sighed, paused for a short while, then said, this lord's greatest wish is to annihilate Chaos Origin God forever. This was originally impossible, but this lord fused with the restriction and continued to battle with Chaos Origin God's body for 10,000 years, obtaining a deep understanding of Chaos Origin God. Youngster, this lord has a way to annihilate Chaos Origin God completely. Do you wish to help this lord? Ling Han smiled. Although Azura Demon Emperor spoke vehemently, it was all just him talking. Ling Han's had 2 lifetimes as a human. He wouldn't believe a one-sided story. He had his own opinions. He said, how do I help? This place suppresses Chaos Origin God's left arm, and this lord can help you refine it. By doing so, Chaos Origin God will completely lose 1/9 of his power, and you will possess 1 part of a god's body. In days to come, when you break through to the god tier, your chances of success will be at least 70 to 80% if not 90%. Azura Demon Emperor suddenly threw out a large pie, enough to crush any one person. Shattering the sky and attaining God's spirit, this was every martial artist's dream. Didn't Ling Han enter and explore numerous ancient ruins precisely to break through to the shattering void tier? Now it seemed like a glorious path was set in front of him, one step to the heavens. Possessing an arm of God, what sort of concept was that? Even with Ling Han's strong will, his heartbeat became faster by 3 beats. However, he immediately calmed down and said, "How do I do it?" "Easy, just pull out a sword, and this Lord will be able to allocate all of the restrictions power, and when the time comes, I'll be able to assist you in merging with the arm of God, refining Chaos Origin God's will." Azura Demon Emperor said somewhat excitedly. Chapter 243, True or False? Reverie _ Ling Han was somewhat moved and said, "What sword?" 10th tier spirit tool, Demon Birth Sword. Azura Demon Emperor said. This is the first generation Demon Master's sword, fused with the Demon Master's martial intent, used as the formation's eye. To refine the arm of God, the formation must be opened, so the Demon Birth Sword must be pulled out. Ling Han smiled slightly, and said, "Senior, although you speak with such righteousness and such extravagance that my heart couldn't help but beat wildly, how do I know that you're not a fake created by the Chaos Origin God in a ploy to deceive me and make me open the restriction to let you out?" Ha ha ha. Azura Demon Emperor laughed boisterously, then said solemnly, "This Lord can vow with my soul that this Lord is Azura Demon Emperor and definitely not Chaos Origin God. If there are half-truths, then let my soul fall forever into reincarnation, and not allow to be birthed as man for 10,000 lifetimes." Vow of the soul. This was the most serious vow, and the higher the tier of a martial artist, the less likely he would be to dare make such a vow. Ling Han was a heaven-tier martial artist in his previous life, so he naturally knew a vow of the soul couldn't be faked. However, he revealed a smile at the corner of his lips. The vow of the soul couldn't be faked, but Azura Demon Emperor's story could have been faked, then his vow naturally would have no meaning. Ling Han pondered whether or not he wanted to take this risk. If he could take in Demon Birth Sword and the arm of God into the Black Tower, then no matter what conspiracies and plots he had, he'd make him completely submit. The 10th tier spirit tool was definitely not out of the question, but the arm of God, that was God tier, which was on par with the Black Tower, so could it be refined? Besides, Demon Birth Sword definitely had a spirit inside, and the arm of God had the remaining will of Chaos Origin God, which needed the other party's agreement to be put into the Black Tower. He had no initiative. Thus, Ling Han didn't dare to make a decision rashly. "Youngster, do you not believe this Lord?" Azura Demon Emperor snorted and revealed dissatisfaction in his tone. "Whatever, this Lord will summon Demon Birth Sword over, so you can ask it yourself." After a short while, a flash of light came flying rapidly from afar. It truly was a sword. It was covered in several patterns, each forming several characters. A look at it made Ling Han's brain feel as if boiling and churning. It was extremely painful. It definitely surpassed the 9th tier, otherwise, this martial intent wouldn't be intolerable for Ling Han with just a glance. It certainly is a tool spirit. Small Tower sent out a voice. Its consciousness was connected to Ling Han's, and they could communicate anytime without worrying about anyone else knowing. "I am Demon Birth Sword." This sword resonated, sending out its divine sense. It surely was a 10th tier spirit tool. A sense of delight surged involuntarily in Ling Han. He planned to walk down the sword path, so naturally he yearned to possess a high-tier spirit tool. If he could obtain the Demon Birth Sword, then he wouldn't have to consider the problem of a weapon before breaking through to the God tier. "Youngster, do you still have any doubts about this Lord?" Azura Demon Emperor's voice sounded once again in Ling Han's consciousness. Could only use divine consciousness to communicate with Ling Han. Ling Han revealed a smile, and he said to Small Tower, "Can you help me subdue this tool spirit's true entity?" Small Tower was silent for a while, as if thinking, and then said, "If I use all my strength, then I can annihilate all existences in this realm. Subduing a 10th tier spirit tool is naturally a breeze. However, in the depth of my memory, there is an intense voice that tells me definitely not to expose myself. 10 millennia ago, I used up the tiny bit of source power I recovered to fuse with you, and for you to take another person's body, I used up the source power I had just accumulated completely. If I strike now without source power to hide from God's design, then my existence will definitely be discovered by many powerful beings. At that time, you will die, and I'll be striped away." Ling Han didn't notice the difference between source power and origin power. He sighed and said, "After all that talk, you just definitely can't intervene?" "With 10 millennia for me to recover source power, I can intervene once," Small Tower said. Ling Han's expression was bizarre. In 10 millennia's time, he'd either become a god or turn into a corpse, so he definitely wouldn't be able to wait till Small Tower showed its power. "However, if you can bring the tool spirit into my body, I can intervene without scruples and suppress it," Small Tower added. The fact remained that he still needed to bring Demon Birth Sword into the Black Tower. Ling Han pondered, and said, "How much of Azura Demon Emperor's words are real? I don't understand people's hearts, and can't judge if it's true or false." Small Tower vibrated lightly, as if shaking its head. "But judging by the divine consciousness he left on your body, if he enters the tower, I can easily suppress him." Again, it had to be within the tower. Ling Han sighed. This was the hardest, because it was just like having a good hand of cards but no chance to use it. No matter how good that hand was, it could only rot in his hands, making him extremely depressed. Ling Han was startled for a moment and looked behind him, only to hear a rumbling sound. With just a few breaths of time, 3 caskets were as if they had grown legs, sliding over. Rong Huan Xian. He was truly like a lingering ghost. Peng, Rong Huan Xian jumped out of the casket and his gaze swept by Ling Han as he revealed an amazed expression and said, "You actually didn't get infected by the demonic qi and turn into the walking dead like those scrubs?" "You didn't, let alone me," Ling Han said indifferently. "You mean, you're stronger than me?" Rong Huan Xian said with squinted eyes, revealing a dangerous aura. "Isn't it an obvious fact?" Ling Han laughed. Perhaps for a long time to come, this guy would be his opponent, so he naturally didn't mind taunting him a bit. Rong Huan Xian was angered and thought to attack, but he suddenly stared blankly, showing an appearance of listening attentively. Ling Han immediately guessed that Azura Demon Emperor told Rong Huan Xian about the arm of God and the Demon Birth Sword. Ha ha ha. Rong Huan Xian very quickly laughed aloud. Who would have thought that here hides such a large secret? My silver-armored corpse didn't die in vain. Ling Han knew he was already moved, and said, "Rong Huan Xian, you should think clearly, don't throw yourself into it too." Rong Huan Xian laughed loftily. He had 3 lives corpse casket, which was a 10th tier spirit tool, so he definitely wasn't afraid of the Demon Birth Sword. Even if Chaos Origin God was once strong without bounds, but now it was severed into 9 parts, so just how much power remained? Besides, he wasn't an idiot. Wouldn't he act only after he saw things clearly? Xiao, Demon Birth Sword spirit started to fly. Rong Huan Xian immediately jumped into the bronze casket and followed at a lightning speed. Ling Han shook his head and followed behind. Although he wasn't a paladin that cherished the entire world, he also wouldn't wish for chaos in the world. He naturally had to prevent Rong Huan Xian from doing deranged things. Rong Huan Xian was a 1000 corpse sect disciple who couldn't be considered a human anymore. Chapter 244, Core of the Array. In truth, Ling Han still had many questions that he had yet to ask the Azura Demon Emperor. For example, why were there so many corpses in the sky? Since the Devil Sky Mystery Realm would open up every once in a while, why had he only just managed to sort out himself and Rong Huanxian now? Could it be that in the many years previously, not one single person had managed to make it across the Thunder River? Ling Han recalled that demonic qi. Could it be that anyone who could not resist demonic qi would be considered unqualified to be contacted by the Azura Demon Emperor? He was left far behind by Rong Huanxian. It was all right though as long as he did not lose sight of the latter. After a very long travel, the demon birth sword finally stopped. In front of them, there appeared a gigantic altar. It was circular in shape, and the center stuck out very tall, while the ground around it was completely flat in all directions. They could see that there were many mysterious, unknown characters drawn all over the ground. In any case, Ling Han was not able to decipher them. He cast his eyes instead on that central part of the altar that was sticking out. There was a sword laid upon it, which looked completely the same as the spirit that had claimed itself to be the spirit of the demon birth sword. From the looks of it, it was indeed the spirit of this sword. There were slivers of black-colored qi encircling the body of this sword, and it seemed as if they were a demonic dragon that continued to twist proudly around it. Xiao, from the air, the spirit suddenly entered into the treasured sword, and did not appear again. Young man, there is only one fortunate opportunity. I shall gift this fateful opportunity to whoever manages to get the demon birth sword. The voice of the Azura Demon Emperor was once again heard. Rong Huanxian laughed loudly, leaped out of the copper coffin, and declared, "It naturally belongs to me." However, it was only a single instant, but all of a sudden, his entire body was covered with the black demonic patterns. He gasped out loudly in fear, and immediately leaped back into the copper coffin. Ling Han could not help but narrow his eyes. The demonic qi in this place was too strong. Rong Huanxian had only just appeared, and he was completely encircled by the demonic qi. If it was not for the fact that he had the 3 lives corpse caskets with him, then it was most likely that that one single instant would be enough time for him to completely lose all independent thought and willpower, and transform completely into a puppet under the control of the demonic qi. Strange. Then why had nothing happened to him at all? Could it be that because he had refined that sliver of demonic qi, and so caused the demonic qi in this place to fear him? Who? The 3 lives corpse caskets shook lightly. Upon them, a multitude of patterns lit up and transformed into ancient characters. After that, black-colored qi emerged from within the coffin, and they looked very faint. Obviously, they were currently helping Rong Huanxian to cast off the demonic qi. However, it was far beneath the level of the Black Tower. A single thought from Ling Han was enough to chase out the demonic qi, and Small Tower easily managed to subdue the demonic qi. After at least an hour, no more black qi was released from the coffin. Evidently, the demonic qi in Rong Huanxian's body had been completely cast out. Ling Han, why did nothing happen to you? Rong Huanxian called from within his coffin, obviously not daring to reappear. Ling Han shrugged, and said, "Why should I tell you?" Hung. Rong Huanxian also knew that he had spoken nonsense. But he was really curious. Even he had to depend on the 3 lives corpse caskets to avoid being invaded by the demonic qi. Then what did Ling Han have to depend on? Ling Han began to circle around the altar, and said, "Indeed, this is the core of an array, and the demon birth sword is indeed the eye of this array. If one draws out the demon birth sword, then even if this array does not lose all effect, it will at least be rendered only half as effective. Young man, I have really underestimated you. You actually have such knowledge." Azura Demon Emperor's voice was once again heard. "When you draw out this sword, not only will you be able to obtain a 10th tier spirit tool, you will even be able to get the arm of a god." Ling Han did not say anything. After a while, he smiled, then said, "No one would be giving away benefits for free in this world. The reason for a lot of misfortune begins from greed." "I do not believe you." "Why?" Azura Demon Emperor asked in confusion. To make a deal with an evil demon who would freely use demonic chi to control others, wouldn't that be the case of being deceived and still appreciating and thanking him who had deceived you? Ling Han said calmly. He repressed his own greed. Young man, you have misunderstood. I am cultivating devil arts, and after I merged with the array, demonic chi has naturally filled this world. Moreover, I have already lost my body, so it is impossible for me to still possess any control over the demonic chi, the malevolent devil emperor explained. Ling Han shrugged, and said, I think this situation is quite fine. Why don't we just let that chaos origin god continue to be repressed here, and after a few hundred years, I should have about reached the shattering void tier. Then, I'll just come back and strengthen the array a bit, and ensure that whatever god is eternally unable to make a comeback. Azura Demon Emperor was instantly lost for words. After quite a while, he asked, are you going to simply allow such a great opportunity to pass you by? A 10th tier spirit tool and the arm of a god. Indeed, these were both powerful items, but Ling Han felt that things had proceeded too smoothly that it seemed like a trap, which gave rise to a powerful feeling of vigilance within him. No, this opportunity is mine. Hong, one of the coffins flew up. Rong Huanxian's yell was still heard from within. This is my opportunity, and no one can snatch it away from me. It was the fact that he had been forced into desperate straits which had allowed him to obtain the inheritance of the Thousand Corpse sect, and thus gained the ability to make a comeback and eliminate his enemies. Moreover, he had a bright future ahead of him, and could prospectively become one of the few truly powerful elites of this world. Thus, he was a great believer in chance, and believed even more in his own luck. This 10th tier spirit tool and the arm of a god was a gift the heavens had given to him, so he would never allow them to be snatched away by another. Hong Long Long, under his command, the copper coffin slid directly over to the altar. Wang, wang, wang. This altar was instantly activated. This was the core of the whole array, and was also the strongest part of it. One after another, the patterns lit up, and it was as if those characters were suddenly brought to life and appeared in close succession with each other. A shocking scene appeared. These characters actually formed into various white-colored human shapes, but these humans had no noses, no eyes, and no mouths. There were only brightly lit characters all over bodies. Hong, these character men all moved, and struck at the copper coffin. Ling Han instantly looked astonished. He was absolutely sure that the ability of these character men was at most only in the heaven tier. How could this be possible? With a 10th tier spirit tool as the eye of this array, no matter what, the character men created by this array should at least have the ability of the shattering void tier, right? Otherwise, they might as well have used 10 9th tier spirit tools as replacement. Could it be that a 10th tier spirit tool was unable to compare to 10 9th tier spirit tools? Pang, pang, pang. These attacks fell upon the copper coffin and incited the patterns on it to light up as well and release black-colored light. Not only were the attacks of these character men blocked, they were even bounced back at them, displaying the forceful nature of the copper coffin. This copper casket was definitely a 10th tier treasure. With the shining black light, the character men needed only be exposed for a short while, and that area of characters would instantly dim. However, it was unlike before when the black light would endlessly spread out and increase the area of damage. Obviously, against existences of the 9th tier, while the copper coffin was still at an advantage, it was not to the level that it was defying all logic. Though the copper coffin had limited effects, it still continued to advance forwards. However, its speed had slowed down considerably. Ling Han frowned deeply. If Rong Huanxian really drew out the demon birth sword, who knew what might happen? He gave a light humph and his right hand opened, intending to strike out with his blood-sucking origin gold and forcibly pull back the copper coffin. Young man, it's fine if you do not want the fateful opportunity, but you have gone too far to try to stop another from obtaining it. The voice of Azura Demon Emperor was once again heard, and suddenly, a large piece of black-colored demonic patterns appeared on Ling Han's hand, making him have no choice but stop his movement. Chapter 245, Devil Comes into Being. Reverie _ Ling Han lost control of his Honda, naturally became unable to use the blood-sucking origin gold. The demonic patterns were quickly expanding and creeping towards his head. At the same time, an indescribable evil was roiling inside his body, as if trying to swallow him whole. Ha ha ha, become this Lord's servant. Your body seems to be hiding a secret that this Lord is very interested in knowing. Azura Demon Emperor's voice sounded again. Ling Han snorted, but he was unable to deal with Rong Huanxian at the moment. If he really let the demonic patterns creep onto his head, his consciousness would definitely be wiped out by the demonic qi, turning him into a walking dead controlled by Azura Demon Emperor. His figured flashlight had entered the Black Tower. Get the hell out, he bellowed. A mysterious power surged within his body and whiffs of black qi were instantly ejected from it, making him feel bright and clear. Small tower. The space trembled and small tower appeared out of nowhere. It just shook lightly, and all the black qi immediately condensed into a lump. It instantly wiped out the consciousness within it, turning it into a pure lump of demonic qi. Ling Han's body flashed again, and he had already appeared in the outside world. What, you actually expelled the demonic qi and refined this Lord's consciousness? Azura Demon Emperor cried out. Humph, several millennia of conspiring won't be spoiled by a child. Today, no matter how large the cost, this Lord will reach the objective. Hong, black qi surfaced on Ling Han's body again, each strands like a spirit snake, rushing to be the first to bore into his body. Sh. T. Ling Han cursed and entered the Black Tower right away. Small Tower intervened and completely wiped out the demonic qi in his body, refining it. Ling Han made a comparison within the traces of demonic qi before and now were somewhat different. Before, the demonic qi carried Azura Demon Emperor's will that wanted to control and manipulate him. However, the latter only confused his mind, and no longer contained Azura Demon Emperor's will within it. It was very simple, the other party was afraid of his will being erased. One's soul was limited. Once a part was erased, it'd forever disappear, and it would be impossible to recover it. Thus, Azura Demon Emperor wanted to stop Ling Han from stopping Rong Huanxian, but he absolutely wouldn't send large amounts of his will for Ling Han to erase. That would be equivalent to suicide. Therefore, Azura Demon Emperor gave up the thought of controlling him and only wanted him to lose his mind, turning him into an idiot without consciousness under the demonic qi's influence. Of course, expending demonic qi in this way would definitely hurt Azura Demon Emperor's vitality greatly, so that's why he said, no matter how large the cost, this Lord will reach the objective. However, it could also be inferred how great Azura Demon Emperor's scheme was, making him unhesitantly undertake such means to stop Ling Han. Ling Han appeared again this time, entering and exiting only took less than half a breath's time. He glanced over to see the bronze casket was getting closer and closer to the demon birth sword, but this 10th tier spirit tool showed no signs of displaying its power. Otherwise, with a 10th tier spirit tool against a 10th tier spirit tool, the 3 lives corpse caskets definitely wouldn't obtain the upper hand. Thinking back to how Azura Demon Emperor and the demon birth sword echoed one another, obviously the demon birth sword had been subdued by Azura Demon Emperor. Now, Rong Huanxian was running an errand for Azura Demon Emperor, so demon birth sword naturally wouldn't butt in. Contrarily, if he entered the altar now, then he would definitely suffer a hit on the head from demon birth sword, so he had no other means except for hiding in the Black Tower. Azura Demon Emperor only saw that he refined demonic qi quickly, and assumed that he had a treasure that far surpassed the 3 lives corpse caskets. In reality, the Black Tower couldn't be taken out, so even if he let Ling Han advance, Ling Han wouldn't be able to stop Rong Huanxian, as long as the demon birth sword intervened. However, how could Azura Demon Emperor possibly know that? Seeing Ling Han come out, he immediately allocated large amounts of demonic qi to corrode him, but to no avail. Entering and exiting, the two seemed to be playing hide-and-seek, and the amount of demonic qi Ling Han obtained was bigger and bigger, making him beam with joy. After the demonic qi was refined and stripped of its evil and chaos properties, it became a high-level energy, which was a great tonic that could increase his physical qualities and cultivation. A good guy. Ling Han truly wanted to award Azura Demon Emperor a medal. There truly weren't many good people these years, making him inwardly sigh. However, he entered and exited more often to fish for more gains. Azura Demon Emperor was almost driven mad, but he had no way to know that Ling Han couldn't stop Ronghuan Xian, sparing no effort to use demonic qi to corrupt Ling Han. This expenditure was so large that he felt it intolerable. Fortunately, the bronze casket finally arrived before the demon birth sword. He instinctively stopped activating demonic qi. Although it was only a mere sliver of divine sense, it gave off extreme anticipation. If it could materialize at this moment, then it would inevitably be filled with eager expectation and excitement. Ronghuan Xian pushed aside the casket lid, reaching out to grab the demon birth sword. Ling Han just came out and found it odd that there was suddenly no demonic qi assaulting him, making him feel unused to it. He turned his head just in time to see the scene. At this moment it was already too late for him to intervene, so he sat by and watched to see what would happen next. Ronghuan Xian grabbed onto the demon birth sword and an extremely bright flash of brilliance instantly burst forth. The bronze casket also sent out a blinding light, forming dark characters, and closed in on that light. Ling Han felt as if his eyes were blinded as he became unable to see anything. However, the two lumps of light burst out for a moment, then disappeared one after another. Ronghuan Xian let out a tragic scream. His left arm was cut off from the shoulder, spilling out fresh blood. Xiao, his severed arm still held onto the demon birth sword, and it coincidentally flew in Ling Han's direction. With a rumble, the altar trembled fiercely and cracks appeared on the heaven-reaching pillar of light as infinite black dots came crashing onto the ground. With a bang, the top of the pillar of light started to crumble and spread downwards. In a breath's time, it completely collapsed. Corpses fell onto the ground, but this time, they didn't make holes in it, nor did they climb up. Instead, each one was smashed into smithereens, turning into piles of blood. With another rumble, the altar also cracked from the middle, exposing an unfathomably deep fracture. Soon, black smoke fiercely erupted from the bottom, turning into something resembling a human figure above the altar. Ling Han was quick to act, already grabbing Ronghuan Xian's severed arm and naturally picking up the demon birth sword in passing. Seeing this, Ronghuan Xian actually stopped crying out in pain and yelled angrily at Ling Han, "Give me back my hand. And my sword." Xiao, the human-like black smoke in the sky rammed fiercely towards Ling Han. This was a scheme after all. The thought crossed Ling Han's mind. However, why was that idiot Ronghuan Xian so insistent on pulling that sword out? Now the devil suppressed in the mystery realm was let loose and he was at wit's end. With a flash, he immediately entered the black tower. The lump of black smoke missed and immediately turned around, targeting Ronghuan Xian. Fu*K. Ronghuan Xian was greatly terrified. Chapter 246, Rebirth. Reverie _ Ronghuan Xian cussed out, hurriedly hiding in the bronze casket. He naturally now knew that things weren't right, but the demon birth sword was not fake, and he still wanted it. However, the black smoke's presence and the patterns that appeared on his body were completely the same, so he wouldn't dare to let it come close, naturally hiding in the bronze casket at once. As for his arm and the demon birth sword, he'd claim it back with time. His ideas were very optimistic, but reality was too cruel. The black smoke's speed was far faster than the speed at which he hid. Ling Han could dodge in time because he only needed to think to enter the Black Tower, but Ronghuan Xian couldn't. He needed to crawl inside the bronze casket, and the two's speeds could not be compared at all. He still hadn't dived into the bronze casket, but the black smoke had already bore into his body. He started, but the black smoke didn't seem to be as scary as he'd thought. He still managed to get inside the bronze casket, and with a clang, the casket lid closed. He was going to use the old method to expel the demonic qi. With a thump, the casket continued to jolt and black characters flashed on the casket's body, becoming increasingly fierce as if it was about to explode. But all of a sudden, the casket settled down, motionless. The casket opened, and Ronghuan Xian appeared again without any change. His severed arm was still bleeding, but his expression was extremely calm. In his eyes was surging black light, and with a close look, it was actually a silhouette of the moon and stars. A gushing spring tear martial artist could actually have the reflection of the moon and stars in his eyes. Just how incredible was that? This body might not be really satisfactory, but it can barely still be used, Ronghuan Xian muttered and peeked at the severed elbow, black smoke immediately surging from the severed area. An eerie scene appeared, his right hand grew out at a visible pace. Ling Han was inside the Black Tower, but he saw and heard what happened outside clearly. Ronghuan Xian was no longer the original Ronghuan Xian, but was possessed by the consciousness within the black smoke. Such terrifying skill. At least, to Ling Han's knowledge, not even Heaven Tier or Shattering Void Tier cultivators could possess someone, otherwise, the Shattering Void Tier warriors in this world would breed like flies, becoming more and more with each generation, because they would never die. A god. Ling Han thought of what Azura Demon Emperor had said about the god suppressed here. It seemed like it wasn't wrong, but the god wasn't some chaos origin god, but Azura Demon Emperor himself. It was no wonder he urged Ling Han and Ronghuan Xian to take away the demon birth sword to open the restriction, and in the end, he wasn't even hesitant on expending demonic qi to stop Ling Han from stopping Ronghuan Xian. So you're Ling Han? Ronghuan Xian muttered. Apparently he gained Ronghuan Xian's memories after possessing his body. He chuckled and said, "Come out, I know you're still here." Pausing and seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings, he couldn't help but snort and say, "I know you acquired a god tool. Only a god tool can contain living things, based on your experiences, you couldn't possibly know. Let this lord give you a proper lesson today." This lord could run amok in the divine plane back in those days. My knowledge about god tool surpasses yours infinitely. As long as this lord finds it, I can refine it, and you can just die inside there. Before, this lord couldn't deal with you, because this lord was suppressed by the formation. Now, with a physical body, the only path you have is death. Since you want to waste time, then this lord will find you. He shouted lightly, and puffs of demonic qi burst out from his body and floated in the surroundings, obviously searching for the whereabouts of the Black Tower. Ling Han naturally heard everything, and couldn't help but be a bit nervous. Azura Demon Emperor was once a god after all, even though now he was only 1/9 of his body. Ling Han was curious about that. Didn't he say that this place suppressed one of his arms? How did it just become black smoke? No matter what, an emaciated camel was larger than a horse. He must have had some powerful ability. For example, Ling Han still had a sliver of the legacy as a former warrior from the Heaven Tier, discernibility and judgment not in the least inferior to those in his previous life. Don't worry, this person is just a sheep in wolf's clothing. Small Tower suddenly appeared, and evaluated. He's been suppressed for too long, and his soul is not complete. If he wants to recover the strength he had, he must recover his soul first. His battle power now is mostly moving the physical body. The demonic qi entering the body largely increased his battle power, but it won't reach a ridiculous level. What you mean is, I can contend with him? Ling Han was automatically drawn to battle. Small Tower looked at him closely, trembled lightly, and said, "Unless you borrow my power, you won't be his rival. So he would have to use the Black Tower's single-time power-up now? Ling Han shook his head. This wasn't worth it to us, the best steel to make the knife's edge. Since Azura Demon Emperor needed to assemble 9 parts of his soul to re-emerge as a god, then he couldn't create too much of a disturbance. It wasn't like there weren't any powerful cultivators across the vast lands. However, you can refine the demonic chi, Small Tower suddenly said. That can at least increase your cultivation by 3 layers and strengthen your physique. The indestructible Heaven Scroll will likely be able to reach Rock Cliff tier. Ling Han nodded, sitting down cross-legged at once. He waved his right hand, and the lump of demonic chi appeared before him. Inside the Black Tower, he was a god. Refine, he murmured, and with a bang, the demonic chi dissipated, enveloping him like mist. This was energy cultivated by a god. Even with such a lump of it, Ling Han would never be able to refine it normally. Perhaps someone in the Shattering Void tier would have some chance to succeed, but a person in the Gushing Spring tier definitely couldn't do it. However, in the Black Tower, he was omnipotent, so what if it was the energy cultivated by a god? It could only keep quiet and be refined by him. Ugh! The demonic chi entered his body. Ling Han immediately groaned, and his body inflated 1-fold, turning him into a fatty. The energy within the demonic chi was too abundant. It was of the god tier after all. Even if it was only a tiny bit, it was still surprisingly powerful. The strange fire immediately became restless, sending out a thought to Ling Han about wanting to feed. Ling Han was originally a bit stuffed, so he naturally didn't mind sharing it a little. As a result, a fierce flame was released from his left hand, and then immediately disappeared. The strange fire had already stopped all movements. So full it burst? Ling Han swiped with his divine sense and stopped worrying. The strange fire probably absorbed powerful energy and was now in hibernation to absorb it easily. When it awakened, it definitely could transform into a higher level. Without worries, Ling Han went full throttle, absorbing the energy. His spring's eye expanded, his physique improved, even his soul slightly grew. Chapter 247, Refining Demonic Chi. Reverie _ God tier power was absolutely a splendid tonic, only slightly inferior to God tier medicine. Before, Ling Han ate the root of that god tier medicine and improved his physique by whole lot, even almost forming Rock Cliff body. However, his cultivation barely improved. This was because a true treasure would only increase the foundation, just like the best steel should be used on a knife's edge. It wouldn't be wasted on increasing cultivation. After establishing a firm foundation, would he need to worry about not increasing cultivation fast enough? However, this surge of power also increased his cultivation quickly as well. This meant that a part of the power was actually wasted. Of course, Ling Han needed to reach the higher tiers, so he naturally wouldn't mind. Moreover, he got the demonic chi for free. How could he be picky? Shua, a figure came dashing from ahead, with all 4 limbs on the ground yet surprisingly smooth movements. In just an instant, the figure ran up to him. Who else could it be other than Hu Niu? Ling Han baddie, Niu wants to eat too. The little girl pounced and opened her mouth, inhaling a few whiffs of demonic chi. Ling Han had thought to stop her, but then recalled that Hu Niu absorbed even a godly medicine's root, and decided that this tiny bit of demonic chi shouldn't be a problem for her. It was unlikely to make her burst, so he shared some with the little girl. Fortunately, Hu Niu wasn't reckless, and only absorbed a bit before sitting down on the ground to refine the energy. Strange fire hibernated, Hu Niu meditated, and Ling Han meditated too, only Small Tower was leisurely vibrating lightly. Wang, 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 within Ling Han's dantian, a violent transformation was occurring. If his divine sense turned into a human figure for comparison, then the spring's eye was equivalent to a 500-meter-long lake, but now it expanded 5-fold, reaching an extreme. Ling Han was an experienced person, immediately realizing that he had reached the peak of the first layer of the gushing spring tier. According to the usual way of doing things, he should turn the second origin nucleus into a spring, and then repeat the earlier process. However, where was the second nucleus for him to liquidize now? Could he only cultivate to the first layer of the gushing spring tier? Of course not. He immediately discovered this limit wasn't extremely stable. He only needed to attack it a little to break through it. Comprehension of the tier wasn't a problem, so he only needed energy. However, the demonic chi entered his body, so energy flooded him so much that his body expanded by a fold. There were no issues. Break. The terrifying energy lightly surged, and the spring's eye immediately broke through the original limit, instantly expanding by 1 fold, then gradually slowing down. However, it still didn't slow down much, because the energy from the demonic chi was far from exhausted. Second layer of the gushing spring tier. Ling Han knew he broke through, but his dantian still only had 1 spring's eye. Put anywhere, this would be considered the first layer of the gushing spring tier. He sighed. It was not that he wanted to be a poser, but he was forced to be one. Ling Han revealed a smile at that thought. When he reached the peak of the first layer, he made a comparison. His spring's eye was 100 times larger than that in his previous life. This was because his spring's eye was formed by a 5-element origin nuclei, and it also fused 9 of them. It would be weird it weren't that exaggerated. However, in comparison, 100 times more energy had to be spent to expand the spring's eye to the limit, which equaled 100 times more time spent on cultivation. If not for him obtaining the demonic chi, he would have needed 2 months to complete it. He estimated that the remaining demonic chi should be enough to push him up 2 or 3 more small tiers. Rush, rush, rush. Time quietly passed. Under the nourishment of the energy of the demonic chi, the spring's eye expanded to its extreme once again. His body trembled as the door to the third layer of the gushing spring tier opened up to him. This speed was shockingly fast: third layer, middle period, late period, peak, and a breakthrough again. It lasted till the middle period of the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier. The demonic chi was finally exhausted at that point. Ling Han smiled faintly, opening his eyes. He was now in a weird condition. His cultivation was in the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier, but all would see it as the first layer of the gushing spring tier. His true power surpassed the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier, and his battle prowess, even without using his trump card, he could easily shoot up to 15 stars. As outsiders saw it, that would be a first layer of the gushing spring tier with 15 stars or above battle prowess. Just how heaven-defying was that? Besides, his physique also broke through to rock cliff body. Not only was his defense greatly increased, but so was his ability to refine 2 more drops of the indestructible true fluid. Ling Han raised his right hand, shaking it lightly. Black light surged out, opening up to form a net, as if it were lines of fabric that formed a certain character. However, these black lines adhered to his palm, and couldn't be shot outwards. He indistinctly felt that these black lines were extremely scary, because he himself definitely didn't want to touch them even a bit. This was the remnant of the demonic chi he refined. Small tower, what is this? Ling Han asked. Power of regulation, small tower replied without any delay. Ling Han was shocked for a moment. Small tower lost its memory, so he only asked casually without any expectations, but unexpectedly, he actually received an answer. What's the power of regulation? He asked again. Small tower oscillated slightly, as if pondering. After a while, it said, I'm not quite sure, but it's very impressive. Who would have thought a tool spirit could say something so irresponsible? Yeah. Hunyo jumped up fiercely, and with a pang, she appeared over 30 meters above the ground. When she landed, the little girl couldn't help but jump in joy, and said, Nyo broke through. Ling Han swept by, only to see that Hunyo had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the element gathering tier. if she went up just a teeny tiny bit, she could become a gushing spring-tier martial artist. Based on what Ling Han knew, this little girl's cultivation speed was definitely unprecedented, something that would never reappear in the world. Even if he was a heaven-tier reincarnator with a god-tier spirit base, he could only pale in front of Hunyo. Nyo's going to fight 10. Hunyo laughed aloud. Ling Han snickered, and grabbed with his right hand. The demon birth sword already appeared in his hand, immediately putting up a fierce struggle, but inside the Black Tower, there wasn't any use in being a 10th tier spirit tool. The Black Tower restrained it completely. With a thought, the Black Tower's power immediately activated, washing away the demonic chi inside the demon birth sword. He immediately discovered that the demon birth sword spirit was already connected with the demonic chi, and it could no longer be severed. If he were to refine the demonic chi, then the spirit would die along with it. He only slightly hesitated, then decided to continue, for a 10th tier spirit tool that couldn't be used by him was useless. The spirit's existence would only be counterproductive once it left the Black Tower, it would unhesitantly kill him. Since that was the case, he naturally wiped away the spirit as he could slowly produce and nourish a new one. Hong, the Black Tower's mighty force swept by, and in that instant, the demon birth sword spirit and demonic chi were annihilated without a single trace left behind. Ling Han picked up the exceptional sword, trying to activate the martial intent in it. If the spirit didn't die and was willing to help, a 10th tier spirit tool could release the power of the shattering void tier, allowing Ling Han to walk rampant on these vast stretches of land. However, the spirit died, so Ling Han's power was necessary to awaken the martial intent in the blade, activating the power of the spirit tool. He exerted a lot of strength, and saw that a singed line of fabric on the blade lit up. Chapter 248, Battling Demon Emperor. Reverie _ Too weak. His current strength was really too weak. He could barely initiate a tiny shred of martial intent because he had a tiny bit of heaven tier's divine sense. Ling Han nodded. It would do. At least, this sword was a genuine 10th tier artifact, and although only a tiny shred of martial intent could be activated, shattering void tier warriors were still so powerful that even a shred of martial intent was super kick-ass already. Moreover, the stronger he was, the more power of the demon birth sword could he activate. Sooner or later, he'd make this 10th tier spirit tool regain its glory. The problem was, his power was too weak. If it was exposed that he possessed a 10th tier spirit tool, then just how many covetous eyes would it attract? He secretly decided that he would try not to use the demon birth sword unless he had no other choice. Now it was time to fight with that demon emperor. Ling Han looked outside through the Black Tower, only to see that Rong Huanxian was expectedly still searching for him, looking like he'd go through all tedious means to achieve his goal. His figure flickered, and he was already in the outside world. Huh! Seeing Ling Han appear soundlessly, Rong Huanxian instantly revealed a shocked expression. If Ling Han could appear by his side right now and launch a surprise attack, wouldn't Ling Han be able to win easily? Ling Han smiled lightly, and said, "Should I call you Rong Huanxian, or Azura Demon Emperor?" Rong Huanxian's soul should have been killed off, and now Azura Demon Emperor's soul possessed this physical body. Youngster, this lord originally wanted to possess your body, but never did I think you could run so fast. Rong Huanxian laughed. Call this lord whatever you want. Wait until this lord rules the world later, this lord will naturally reclaim the title of Azura Demon Emperor. Ling Han shook his right hand, and the demon birth sword already appeared in his hand. He brandished his sword in a flower-like pattern and said, "If you die here, there won't be any later." Ha ha ha. Rong Huanxian laughed aloud, and then shook his head. Perhaps you can destroy this lord's body, but it doesn't matter. This lord can still possess another. If this lord was so easily annihilated, then how would this lord have been divided into 9 parts and suppressed in various mystery realms? So you didn't lie about this part, you really got dismembered. Ling Han laughed. Rong Huanxian's expression turned cold and he said, in front of this lord, you dare to behave insolently? What, you want me to call you lord? Ling Han laughed. Years ago, countless people knelt before this lord, and those infinitely stronger than you weren't even worth my attention. Who do you think you are? Rong Huanxian said in disdain. All right, a real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. I am indeed merely someone in the gushing spring tier, but you're not any better. Ling Han waved his hand dismissively. Detestable brat. Rong Huanxian's expression became serious. It just so happens that the owner of this body harbors an extremely deep killing intent towards you, and this lord also wants to kill you, so go die. He brazenly unleashed a palm with infinite black light surging from it. It was like it turned into knots of snakes, attacking toward Ling Han. Ling Han had no fear. Although Azura Demon Emperor escaped confinement, he was still confined to a gushing spring tier warrior's body, and he was much less threatening. Otherwise, Ling Han wouldn't even appear. Even if the sky collapsed, someone else would uphold it. He swung the demon birth sword and sliced towards Rong Huanxian. Damn it, you actually wiped away this lord's consciousness on the sword? Rong Huanxian originally had a cold smile at the corner of his lips, thinking to order the sword spirit to activate its power to kill Ling Han directly, but he discovered that the command he sent was like a stone that sunk in the bottom of the sea. He should have been able to realize immediately that his divine sense decreased by a bit, but he was now fused with Rong Huanxian's body that caused him to grow much less sensitive, and so he only realized the command was useless now. This brat is too weird. Slowly penetrating the demon birth sword with his power and corroding the spirit within to subdue it took him several millennia. At the same time, this largely weakened the formation's power, allowing Rong Huanxian to take away the demon birth sword. Who would have thought that with just over a day's effort, Ling Han completely wiped away his divine sense from the demon birth sword? Wait, wrong. Since part of his divine sense was fused with the sword spirit, causing them to share their life and death, the destruction of his divine sense contained in the sword meant the sword spirit also died. He sighed in relief. If the 10th tier spirit tool unleashed its power, his current body would truly be unable to defend against it. As he was a special being which was a soul and had no body to begin with, he wouldn't be killed together with the body he possessed right now. However, he had been suppressed for several millennia, which definitely hurt his origin chi, and furthermore, he had just expended a vast amount of demonic chi to stop Ling Han. If he had to possess yet another body, he would definitely suffer serious injuries. Thus, he wouldn't want this body to be destroyed. Ling Han smiled lightly and said, "This sword would be wasted on you." T. Even with Azura Demon Emperor's temperament, he still had the urge to curse. With his status and identity, when he mentioned being suppressed for several millennia, people would almost be scared to death, and yet this junior actually looked down on him? Humph, you possess a 10th tier spirit tool, but so what? It's impossible for you to activate its power. Just let this lord send you to your grave. Rong Huanxian sneered and opened his mouth to spit out strings of black qi, which surged and turned into bundles of black spikes. This wasn't Azura Demon Emperor's demonic qi, but Rong Huanxian's corpse qi. Ling Han's expression became serious as he held the demon birth sword in front with the tip pointing slightly downward. Endless sword intent condensed, forming endless vortices in the surrounding. Rong Huanxian's expression suddenly changed and he said, "What sword technique is this? This lord remembers seeing it somewhere? Mysterious 3000. Ling Han unleashed his sword and origin power surged, turning into an array of light. This was a transformation after reaching the gushing spring tier. Spiritual chi began to accumulate, turning into 100 swords made of origin power. The 3 styles of black origin could only be cultivated when one reached the gushing spring tier. He had the power of the gushing spring tier, but he couldn't unleash the full potential of the 3 styles of black origin. Now that he reached the gushing spring tier, at least mysterious 3000 was showing its true loftiness. This wave of sword intent. Heaven's Sword Sect. Rong Huanxian's eyes suddenly constricted, revealing an obvious sense of fear. However, the attack already reached him, so he could only ward off the blow by flipping both palms, sending out waves of black kitho. Whether it was corpse chi or demonic chi was a mystery. Peng, 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 the 100 swords pierced through, beating Rong Huanxian into a persimmon as they blazed with sword light. Rong Huanxian shielded his head with one hand while his other hand shielded his heart as black-colored demonic chi coiled around his hands. Meanwhile, the rest of his body was riddled with thousands of gaping wounds. Blood gushed out violently and white bones were revealed on his arm. However, his head and heart were successfully protected. Heavens, Sword, Sect. Rong Huanxian said one word at a time, clenching his teeth and appearing extremely furious. Waves of black chi coiled activated in his body, healing his wounds immediately at a visible level. Chapter 249, Leaving the Mystery Realm. Ling Han had already witnessed it previously. When Rong Huanxian lost his arm, Azura Demon Emperor still managed to force it to grow back. This recovery ability was really quite incredible. Upon seeing it a second time, he could feel nothing but astonishment. This recovery ability was already good enough to compare to the indestructible true fluid, but his maximum now was only 3 drops of the indestructible true fluid. But on a second thought, what cultivation level was Azura Demon Emperor at? The God tier. Though despite being an ultimate warrior of the God tier, he was trapped in the body of a martial artist in the Gushing Spring tier and thus unable to display his abilities to the fullest. Nevertheless, he should still have some special skills. Otherwise, he would not have been suppressed all those years ago, but instead killed off a few hundred times. Additionally, Azura Demon Emperor obviously recognized the mysterious 3000 and even managed to say these 3 words, Heaven's Sword Palace. The Heaven's Sword Sect and the Heaven's Sword Palace, together with the 3 styles of black origin, meant that there was definitely a close link between these 2 existences. Hung, I did not think that you were actually a disciple of the Heaven's Sword Palace. I cannot leave you alive. Rong Huanxian declared grimly. He took a great leap, and Hong, there actually gushed out a black mist from behind him, making it seem as if he had grown out wings. He was actually able to move as easily and freely in the air as he liked. The God tier was still God tier, after all. Even if he was currently forcibly trapped in the body of a mere Gushing Spring tier martial artist, he was still able to display shocking abilities. Ling Han did not feel fear. The Demon Birth Sword once again moved to attack, exploding in an array of bright afterimages. This was an actual level 10-1 spirit tool. Even if there was no martial intent to activate it, merely the treasured sword itself already possessed a terrifying might. It was astonishingly sharp, and what would not immediately be severed after being sliced by it? As sword chi danced, it was as if the Sword Emperor himself was still alive and possessed an invincible might. Rong Huanxian suffered continuous attacks, and his flesh and blood continued to fly in all directions. However, demonic chi possessed a powerful recovery ability, so he would be able to instantly recover and be well enough to fight again. But his demonic chi did not have an endless supply. Previously, he had already expended over half of his demonic chi to imprison Ling Han, and taking over Rong Huanxian's body had also expended quite a lot of demonic chi. If he continued to use it too endlessly to heal his injuries, even he, Azura Demon Emperor, would not be able to bear it. Damn! Damn! Rong Huanxian roared loudly at the sky. Such a piece of trash, when I was at my full power, merely one look would be enough to kill him off 10,000 times, but now a weakling like this actually managed to wound me. I'm practically going to die with fury. If you do indeed die with fury, I would be quite delighted, Ling Han said calmly. Rong Huanxian became even more angered. This brat actually still dared to make sarcastic remarks at him. However, his current body was really too weak, and his demonic chi was unable to control Ling Han either, which meant that his greatest weapon was rendered ineffective. Now, what else could he do except continuing to be beaten? I have just escaped my prison, so I will spare you this once. The next time we meet, I shall definitely tear you apart. Rong Huan Xian threw down a line that fit the situation and immediately scrambled into the 3 lives corpse caskets. The most important thing now was not to battle Ling Han to death, but to seek out the other 8 mystery realms that had the parts of his soul suppressed within. The moment he managed to completely reform his soul, he would immediately recover the cultivation level of the god tier. Hong, the copper coffin moved and rushed towards the altar, abruptly crashing into the big crack that had formed there previously. Ling Han could not help but give him the middle finger, expressing his disdain. However, the 3 lives corpse caskets was also a 10th tier spirit tool, so even if he had the demon birth sword, he would not be able to destroy it. Thus, he could only let things go for now. However, in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. The earth was rumbling, and one after another, cracks opened up. These cracks were like a spider web that spread all over the ground, but it was a great number of times wider than actual spider's silk. The whole ground was currently transforming into an uncountable number of ravines. Fuck. Even when leaving, this Azura demon emperor would still not forget to cause trouble. He must have controlled the 3 lives corpse caskets and crashed it into the core of the mystery realm. Now, the whole realm was about to fall apart. This immortal monster had been suppressed here for millennia, so he had to be more familiar with the situation of this place than anyone else. Pung! 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 One after another, bursts of fire from the ground soared upwards, and blazing lava was also gushing out. The whole plain had instantly become hell on earth. Thankfully, there were not many living beings here. Otherwise, this would definitely be a great calamity. Ka. The whole space was no longer stable, and multiple cracks appeared. This mystery realm was really going to perish. All of a sudden, Ling Han was not able to care about anything else. With a flash, he had entered into the Black Tower. The current him only had the ability to protect himself. As for what the other people in the mystery realm would face, that was not something he could control. Hong, a powerful force burst out and the whole mystery realm exploded outwards. The mustard seed to the Black Tower had transformed into also gushed out, tossed into an unknown direction. Ling Han continued to observe from within the Black Tower. The Black Tower passed through void and landed in a forest. In a flash, he left the Black Tower. His eyes took a casual sweep over his surroundings, but he experienced a great shock from this. Apparently, a gigantic piece of land had crashed down, and the original forest was no longer visible, being completely crushed beneath. He had no idea how many living beings had died in this disaster. Azura Demon Emperor was really a demon indeed. He obviously could leave the mystery realm calmly, yet he still chose to destroy the whole mystery realm. That was still alright, but the whole mystery realm crashed down from empty air, causing an even more terrifying amount of bloodshed and loss of life. The whole forest had been crushed into nothingness. What kind of level of loss of life was this? Thankfully, the bigger part of the mystery realm's body had been cut off in midair. Otherwise, if the whole mystery realm had really crashed down, then the whole country would probably have been flattened, and that would be even more horrifying. Ling Han shook his head. Only after he had left the forest far behind did he summon Lu Yutong and the others out of the Black Tower. When they heard Ling Han's words about the current situation, both Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan were unbearably astonished. They journeyed for a while longer, and finally managed to reach a small town. They asked about their current location. Thankfully, they were still within the boundary of Rain Country. However, they were over 2,000 miles away from the imperial city. Ling Han had no shortage of money. After buying 4 iron blood horses as their means of transport, they rushed back to the imperial city immediately. The iron blood horse was a very good mount as it possessed a terrifying stamina. They were in a rush to get back to the imperial city, and so after a mere 3 days, they managed to return there. There were already some who had returned. According to them, the majority suddenly felt an unknown tremble in their bodies, and were suddenly forced out of the mystery realm. They had not seen that scene of utter destruction. Ling Han finally understood. At the moment Azura Demon Emperor escaped his prison, those who had been on the other side of the Thunder River were sent out of the mystery realm, but because he had been within the array, he had not been similarly sent out. These people were really very fortunate. Otherwise, there would definitely not be many who would have been able to make it out alive. Because they had departed for too long, both Lu Yutong and Li Si Chan had to return to their respective clan or master to inform them of their safety. Ling Han was naturally not going to stop them, and he too returned to his own courtyard. He saw Guang Yuan and Zhu Wujiu come and receive him, saying that they had returned for quite a number of days. Guang Yuan took a few looks at him, and suddenly jumped up, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He exclaimed in shock, "Why are you already in the gushing spring tier?" Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "Big brother Guang, no matter what, you are still an elite of the spiritual ocean tier. How could you act so flustered? Don't you think it doesn't match your status?" "Fuck status. Brat, you were obviously in the first layer of the element gathering tier a month ago, but how are you now in the first layer of the gushing spring tier?" Guang Yuan exclaimed in shock, not bothering at all about the fact that he was an elite of the spiritual ocean tier. Zhu Wujiu was shocked as well. Then, as if he understood the situation, he said, "Young Master Han must have gotten an unbelievably great fateful opportunity within the mystery realm. That's why he managed to complete such a massive leap. Congratulations, young Master Han," he said sincerely. Chapter 250, Feng Yan makes another move. After chatting for a while with Guang Yuan and Zhu Wujiu, Ling Han returned to his room, where he played with Hunyo for a while. Then, he began his massive shopping trip. He had decided to move into the Black Tower. This was the very safest place in the whole world. Moreover, if he encountered any danger, was imprisoned by someone, or was trapped in some kind of dangerous place, he could entirely live for a while in the Black Tower in rest and relaxation, waiting calmly for the danger to pass. Bed, chairs, table, as well as various kinds of food. Anyways, the first level of the Black Tower was overwhelmingly large anyways, being practically a world of its own. And he could also bring chickens, ducks, pigs, goats, and cows in. He could even dig a pond or a stream to rear fish, making it into a self-sufficient separate world. Ling Han asked Small Tower about the possibility of such a thing, and Small Tower confirmed that this was indeed possible. The space within the Black Tower was indeed capable of becoming just like a mystery realman independent world. Because he was busy with his own matters, he did not pay any attention to the fact that Lu Yutong had not come by for a few days. Meanwhile, a growing variety of miscellaneous items appeared within the originally monotonous space inside the Black Tower. Ling Han had not only grown spirit grass, but also ordinary trees, grass, as well as a vegetable field. He had originally worried about the fact that these plants would quickly wither since 1 year inside the Black Tower was equivalent to 1,000 years in the outside world, but the reality of the matter was not so. Time in the space in the first level of the Black Tower was not sped up, because though it was said that 1 year was equal to 1,000 years, it was actually referring to the fact that time could be sped up to a maximum of 1,000 years, and not that it would really be as long as 1,000 years. After only growing them for a couple of days, the vegetables here were obviously growing extremely well, and could completely be harvested for food. But afterwards, they did not die of age, and instead grew stronger and stronger, looking like they were heading in the direction of becoming giants. For example, the carrots directly grew out of the ground as if they had become big trees. Ling Han dug out some and made a meal of it. Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiu and Hunyou all exclaimed that it was delicious. Ling Han tried some himself, and the taste was indeed extremely delicious. It was not that he was a very good cook, but the ingredient itself was too excellent on its own. Ling Han also set out a number of areas in the Black Tower for rearing chickens, goats, pigs, and cows. These animals fed on the plants growing in the herb garden and sometimes would even eat some lower-grade spirit grass. After rearing them for a short while, most probably these chickens, goats, pigs, and cows would also become extremely delicious. What a good chance of getting fine food. Ling Han had killed Feng Luo. Previously, because the Devil Sky Mystery Realm had just opened, it had not created much of a ruckus, but now that he had returned, and the matter of the Devil Sky Mystery Realm had also ended, logically, there should be a lot of people coming to make trouble with him. However, the truth of the matter was it was as if nothing had happened at all, and everything was astonishingly peaceful. On the 5th day, a sudden big piece of news exploded in the whole of the imperial city. The princess of the Lu clan, one of the 8 great clans, Lu Yutong, was going to get married. One of the 2 beauties of the imperial city, Lu Yutong, was going to get married? Who was the groom? All of a sudden, the whole imperial city was stirred up. The young men of all the clans, no matter the size of the clan, were all struck with envy and jealousy, but were at the same time curious about the identity of the groom. Who was the man who had actually managed to achieve the feat of bringing home everyone's dream girl and dream? It was actually Feng Ming. Who was Feng Ming? And what relationship did he have with Feng Luo? The answer was very quickly revealed. Feng Ming was Feng Yan's cousin, and was currently 20 years old. He was a completely ignorant and incompetent guy, previously known as the 2 trashes of the Feng clan together with Feng Luo. He had not even broken through to the element gathering tier yet, but was avid of all the vices: feasting, drinking, womanizing, and gambling. How could such a piece of trash be qualified to get married with Lu Yutong? And how could the Lu clan actually agree to marry such a genius elite like Lu Yutong to such a piece of crap? The Lu clan were not idiots. Not only were they not idiots, they were also one of the 8 great clans of the imperial city, and were only beneath the imperial family in terms of power. Then what kind of benefit had Feng Yan thrown onto the table, or perhaps what threats had he issued, that forced the Lu clan to make this decision? The Lu clan had already spread out the news. 3 days from now would be the day of the marriage between Lu Yutong and Feng Ming. All the young men of the imperial city were absolutely defiant and rebellious upon hearing this news. What right did Feng Ming have to marry Lu Yutong? Even such a piece of trash could manage to embrace an extreme beauty. Wasn't that like a harsh slap to everyone's faces? However, there were still many who were in the know. Wasn't Lu Yutong Ling Han's woman? Why was she suddenly getting married with Feng Ming? What was going on here? The enmity between Feng clan and Ling Han was no secret. He had first crippled Feng Luo's arms, then killed him off directly. This was definitely considered a life-or-death enmity. It would not end unless one side was completely defeated. Now Feng Ming was going to publicly marry Lu Yutong. Wasn't that a slap to Ling Han's face then? Definitely. Allowing a piece of trash to marry Lu Yutong. Not only was it a slap to Ling Han's face, it was a slap strong enough to make his face swell. If Ling Han could still tolerate this matter, then how would he be able to face others in the future? Interesting, very interesting. There was definitely going to be an exiting show at the wedding 3 days later. When the news spread into Ling Han's ears, he was slightly stunned before he realized that Lu Yutong had not come by these few days. It was not because that she was too busy to come visit, but because she should have been placed under house arrest by the Lu clan, and had no way to leave at all. She was his little female attendant. Ling Han tapped the table lightly. The wedding would be held 3 days later, which meant that Feng Yan had long returned to the imperial city and was now naturally aware that Feng Luo had died by his hand. However, this guy actually bore with it and did not directly charge here to battle him to death. Instead, Feng Yan called Feng Ming over from the Yuan city, and had the latter marry Lu Yutong to humiliate Ling Han. In the eyes of others, he should be a romantic young man. He had two such extremely beautiful women by his side, so he definitely had to be extremely fond of the two of them. Thus, Feng Yan arranged for Feng Ming to rob him of what he cherished as a strike against Ling Han. This was already proof enough of the depths of the hatred Feng Yan held for him. He was no longer satisfied with destroying Ling Han's mortal body, but instead wanted to drive him to madness first and have Ling Han die in deepest despair. What could be more horrible than watching the woman he loved get married with a piece of trash, then rush over to try and stop the wedding but instead be killed? There was nothing wrong with Feng Yan's thought process, although Ling Han did not think of Lu Yutong as his woman. With his personality of protecting his own people, how could he allow his little female attendant be forced into matrimony? Which meant that he was definitely going to make a big fuss at the wedding 3 days later, but the question was, how? His cultivation was now only in the gushing spring tier and he did not have the right to command the Lu clan, which was one of the 8 great clans. If they really came to blows, even if he had the Black Tower to instill power into him and forcibly upgrade his cultivation level to the spiritual ocean tier, the Lu clan had a powerful warrior of spiritual pedestal tier on standby. Even if he was in the spiritual ocean tier, it was as easy as turning over his hand to completely suppress him for such a powerful elite. If he revealed the Black Tower, then he would definitely be able to eliminate all in his way. But there was too much involved in that. Small Tower said that it was possible that the true ultimate existences would be drawn out, and the final conclusion would definitely end with his death and the Black Tower being snatched away. What could he do that would allow him to both save his little female attendant and retreat unscathed? "Brat, are you planning to attend the wedding?" After hearing the news, both Guang Yuan and Zhu Wujiao came over. Ling Han laughed, and said, "With Big Brother Guang to protect me, even if it was the lair of a dragon or the den of a tiger, I would dare to charge in." Guang Yuan's face instantly darkened. What kind of place was the Lu clan? That was a place that had an elite of spiritual pedestal tier on standby. What was the point of a weakling going over then, to purposely look for a beating? He hurriedly waved his hands continuously in adamant refusal and said, "I'm not going to accompany you to your death." Yet Zhu Wujiao said, "Young Master Han, I shall go with you." He was a loyal man. When he saw Ling Han was intending to create trouble at the wedding for his girlfriend, his blood started boiling in excitement. Additionally, it was only because of Ling Han that he had managed to obtain his vengeance, and he also owed Ling Han his life. So what if it was the Lu clan? He would still charge in no matter what. "You two foolish brats, fuck going. The Lu clan has an elite of spiritual pedestal tier on standby, the two of you going is practically delivering yourselves up to die," Guang Yuan said with a roll of his eyes. "To battle for love, I would not regret it even if I died 100 times. Zhu Wujiao declared passionately. Ling Han rubbed his chin and said, "Would of course not do something like delivering myself up to die pointlessly. And, let's first head to the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion." Chapter 251, Getting Ready. Ling Han had long since been approved as a black-grade high-level alchemist. However, it was a very long process from verification all the way until he was actually presented with his proof of identity. However, over 2 months should be more than enough to have everything settled completely. The status of a black-grade high-level alchemist was equivalent to gaining a life-saving golden plaque. He brought Hunyou along with him to the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. "Young Master Han. Young Master Han's here." After Xiaofan came forward to receive them in the main hall, various other alchemists too came forward to pay their greetings, all of them looking at Ling Han excitedly. Ling Han nodded with a smile and asked Fu Yuansheng, "Is the verification for my alchemist status complete?" "It's been completed for a long time. However, because young Master Han had been in the Devil Sky Mystery Realm all this while, I did not have the opportunity to present it to you. Please allow me to bring it to you." Fu Yuansheng personally rushed to fetch a brocade case, and presented it to Ling Han respectfully. Ling Han received it from him. Aside from 3 silver plaques, there was also a crystal-like object within. As long as origin power was injected inside this object, it would be activated and form a screen, on which Ling Han's name, the date of his verification as a black-grade high-level alchemist, as well as his witness were clearly writ. "Young Master Han, to tell you the truth, our Heaven's Medicine Pavilion belongs to the Alchemist Society, and the Alchemist Society is an organization that includes all the alchemists of this land. It is in charge of verifying the grade of alchemists as well as working for the benefit of all alchemists. Young Master Han has not yet reached the age of 20, but is already a black-grade high-level alchemist. This has caused a stir in the branch at the 9 nations of the desolate north, and the various Grandmaster alchemists have all expressed their hopes that young Master Han could pay a visit to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall," Fu Yuansheng explained with a smile, his eyes filled with an envy that he could not hide. The Star Brilliance Palace Hall was the highest-ranking branch that the Alchemist Society had in the 9 nations of the desolate north, and there were 7 Earth-grade alchemists on standby within. All of them were the really important people in this area, and now they actually said they wanted to see Ling Han. What kind of great honor was that? Ling Han did not take this seriously at all. Instead, he felt a little uncomfortable. Telling him to pay them a visit? What right did they have to do that? If they want to see me, then just let them come themselves. For the moment, I have no intentions to leave Rain Country yet, Ling Han said calmly. Some wanted to rebuke him right at that moment, but they recalled Ling Han's monstrous ability and how he was a black-grade high alchemist who could actually concoct foundation-building pills that were close to Earth-grade, which meant that he already had half a foot into the ranks of Earth-grade alchemists. Thus, any ordinary Earth-grade alchemist really did not have the right to issue any commands to Ling Han. This, Fu Yuansheng wiped off the sweat covering his forehead. In his opinion, being able to visit the Star Brilliance Palace Hall was the stuff of dreams for every alchemist. But in Ling Han's case, not only was he completely uninterested, he instead wanted the extremely noble Grandmaster alchemists to pay him a personal visit. Ling Han gave a wave of his hand and said, "Let's just put this matter aside for the moment. There is another matter that I would like to request your help on. You need only say the word, young Master Han," Fu Yuansheng hurriedly said with a bow, looking as if Ling Han was honoring him by simply requesting for his help. Ling Han nodded, and asked, "The Lu clan is planning to marry off their daughter 3 days from now. Are you aware of this matter?" "Yes." Fu Yuansheng took a look at Ling Han and hesitated slightly, but still continued, "According to the information that has spread out from the Lu clan, Feng Yu is already a disciple of the Winter Moon sect, and is a core disciple. That's why the Lu clan has agreed to this marriage." "Nonsense." Ling Han shook his head. Even if it was Feng Yan who wanted to marry Lu Yutong, the Lu clan might not agree either. Because although the Winter Moon sect was powerful, there were still 2 black-grade high-level alchemists standing behind Ling Han, so he too had his powerful backers. On the other hand, what benefits would the clan obtain from having their daughter marry a disciple of the Winter Moon sect? Once a daughter has married out of the clan, that was equivalent to water that has been poured out. An alliance by marriage would usually only have symbolic meaning. For example, how many princesses of the imperial family have been married out all these years? Most of them had been married into the 8 great clans, but the 8 great clans were still the 8 great clans, and none of them had gotten any closer to the imperial family. On the other hand, the 8 great clans were still united together for additional security, opposing the imperial family both on the surface and secretly. The Winter Moon sect was not located in the 9 nations of the desolate north. If they really abruptly extended their hands into this area, it would first engender the displeasure of the imperial family. The imperial family would naturally not dare to actually oppose the Winter Moon sect publicly, but how could they not make life difficult for the Lu clan? Thus, even if the Lu clan married Lu Yutong off to Feng Yan, that would only be a symbolic union, what more when the groom was Feng Ming? According to Ling Han's deductions, Feng Yan must have given some kind of benefit to the Lu clan, and this benefit was great enough to cause the Lu clan to agree to sacrificing a talented elite who was their daughter. Young Master Han, the Winter Moon sect has a powerful elite of spiritual infant tier in their ranks. Unless the few grandmasters of the Star Brilliance Palace Hall appeared, this would not be easily resolved. He knew that the matter that Ling Han wanted his help on was definitely related to Lu Yutong's wedding. Ling Han smiled and said, "It does not have to be so troublesome. It is merely one Feng Yan. By that time, you only need to bring some people to keep up appearances for me. There would be no need to take action." Fu Yuansheng quickly nodded. Merely helping keep up appearances was of course no issue. He was one of the two great bosses of alchemy in Rain Country. Even the Lu clan would not dare to say anything against him. Moreover, he still had the colossal entity that was the Alchemist Society behind him. Even the Winter Moon sect would not dare to really do anything to him. Ling Han was also a black grade high-level alchemist, and was one that had a foot into the ranks of Earth grade. Even the higher ranks of the Winter Moon sect would have to treat such a person politely, what more when Feng Yan was only the disciple of one of their lower ranks. With such thoughts, Fu Yuansheng dismissed his worries. Whether Ling Han was able to snatch back Lu Yutong was another issue, but at least he himself would not be facing any danger. However, would Ling Han really be able to snatch Lu Yutong back? The Lu clan was marrying off one of their daughters. No matter how much of a piece of trash she was being married off to, for the sake of the Lu clan's reputation and pride, they would definitely not stand idly by and just watch Ling Han take away the bride. Putting aside their most powerful member at spiritual pedestal tier, merely a few spiritual ocean tier martial artists standing out would be enough to take care of Ling Han. What was Ling Han really intending to do? Fu Yuansheng was very curious, but Ling Han did not say anything further, and after excusing himself, left quickly. In the next 2 days, Feng Yan kept up an especially high profile. He challenged the third imperial prince, Ken Yi, and Zhao Huan, the 3 core disciples, one after another, and emerged victorious by completely dominating his opponents. As this was not the challenge competition that would be held at the end of the year, thus even if he had won, he could not become a core disciple. However, everyone knew by now that Feng Yan had become a true disciple of the Winter Moon sect, and this identity was above the identity of a core disciple of Huyang Academy by who knows how many times. Feng Yan was definitely going to leave Rain Country. Thus, he was obviously showing off his might, wanting to really make his name known before he left, stepping on all the geniuses of Rain Country on his way up. According to those who had watched the battles, Feng Yan had already reached the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier by now. If he could still take one further step into the spiritual ocean tier, then with his current age, he could be considered to have made history in Rain Country as the youngest ever spiritual ocean tier martial artist. Compared to Feng Yan's high profile, Ling Han kept up an extremely low profile. He sat all day inside his courtyard, being extremely patient. Qi Yongyi and the others had all paid him a visit, wanting to comfort him. It was obvious that Feng Yan had laid out a trap for Ling Han and was waiting for him to step right into this trap on the day of the wedding. At that time, both the Lu clan and Feng Yan would have enough reason to kill Ling Han on the spot. How have you broken through to the Gushing Spring tier already? They had yet to begin comforting him when they experienced a tremendous shock as they realized what cultivation level Ling Han was currently at. Chapter 252, Persuasion. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, I have only just broken through to the gushing spring tier. What need is there for you to be so surprised? What need was there for them to be so surprised? You had to understand that out of this group of people, the earliest among them who reached the 9th layer of the element gathering tier had managed to do so in 2 years ago, yet they were still at the 9th layer of the element gathering tier even now. And what about him? A few months ago, he was only in the 4th layer of the element gathering tier, yet now he'd left them far behind and stepped into the gushing spring tier. And this was still not enough to astonish them. This was practically a fatal shock. Ling Han, you're stimulating universal anger with this. Just take a look at how many miserable people here are still stuck at the peak of the element gathering tier. Qi Yongyi immediately shouted. Even Bailey Tingyun was nodding repeatedly in agreement. He too was in the 9th layer of the element gathering tier and now possessed the qualifications to attempt breaking through to the gushing spring tier. However, there was a deep moat that separated being qualified to attempt breaking through and having actually broken through, and this moat required who knows how much time to fill. If one was fortunate enough, he might be able to fill this moat before he reached 25 years old. But Ling Han wasn't even 18 yet. In the field of martial arts, these few years could not be ignored. If one was unable to break through to the flower-blossoming tier, every martial artist was still mortal and could possess a lifespan of merely 100 years. That's right. Everyone was both jealous, and at the same time, happy for Ling Han. You're already in the gushing spring tier even before you've reached 18. In the history of Rain Country, you could probably be counted amongst the top 10, right? Li Dongyu asked ruefully. Ling Han merely smiled. If these people were to find out that Hu Niu was already in the 9th layer of the element gathering tier, who knows how extremely shocked they would become. However, Hu Niu had a particular ability that could conceal her aura, and if it was not for the fact that he still had a sliver of divine sense left behind from heaven tier, he would not have been able to sense her aura either. Not even Guang Yuan was aware that the little girl had already reached the 9th layer of the element gathering tier, and only thought her to be a slightly stranger child than most since she was always so energetic, as well as such a humongous glutton. Moreover, she was extraordinarily strong. Ling Han, will you be attending tomorrow's wedding? The others finally came to the main topic. Why not? Ling Han countered. That's the Lu clan. Qi Yongyi said with a frown. So what if it is the Lu clan? Ling Han asked with a smile. After being countered consecutively by Ling Han for 2 times straight, the others did not know what else they could say. It was obvious that Ling Han did not take the Lu clan seriously at all. Big brother Ling, I'll go with you tomorrow. Li Hao forced out through gritted teeth. After being helped out by Ling Han so many times, it was now time for him to repay some of his debts. Me too. Jin Wuji said in a deep voice. Meanwhile, Zhu Wujiu merely smacked the hilt of his sword lightly, and gazed at him with sharp eyes that were filled with determination. Qi Yongyi and the others all sighed. A few months ago, Jin Wuji and Ling Han were still enemies, but now he was willing to risk everything for Ling Han's sake. Similarly, a few months ago, Ling Han and the Feng clan were enemies, but not only had their enmity not been resolved, but their relations had degraded into something that would not end without one side being wiped out completely. Life was indeed full of mysteries. Ling Han waved his hand and said, "You should all go and watch the excitement tomorrow. However, I will not allow any of you to make a move." When Qi Yongyi, Li Dongyu and the others heard Ling Han inviting them to go with him, they could not help but become anxious. They did not have the courage to oppose the Lu clan, but when they heard Ling Han's last few words, they could not help but flush. Even if Ling Han needed help, it would definitely not fall onto them who were still in the element gathering tier. They really had much too high an opinion of themselves. Ling Han's eyes swept over Zhu Wujiu and the other two. His strict gaze caused the 3 of them to nod subconsciously, not daring to say anything further. Hee, then I too have no need to make a move, right? Guang Yuan said with a laugh. Ling Han laughed, and said, if no one battles me, then there is naturally no need for Big Brother Guang to act, but if there are really any powerful elites, then Big Brother Guang, as my bodyguard, should naturally display your usefulness. With your ability and reputation, Big Brother Guang, you would at least be able to battle 10 opponents on your own. I say, Brat Ling, are you trying to cause trouble for me? Instantly, Guang Yuan looked miserable. Ling Han merely smiled. If Guang Yuan did not retreat tomorrow, then he would not mind giving a hand to Guang Yuan, and in the future, not just the spiritual pedestal tier, it was definitely not impossible for Guang Yuan to reach the flower blossoming tier or even the spiritual infant tier. However, he was not a good Samaritan, so how could he simply give out such a big favor for no price at all? If one wanted to get him to train them, then one needed to prove that they were qualified to become his friend and earn his trust. As of now, Li Hao and Zhu Wujiu had passed, whereas Jin Wuji had to be observed for a while longer. Qi Yongyi, Bailey Tingyun and the others, meanwhile, could only pass as casual friends. Qi Yongyi and the others continued to persuade him for a while longer, but when they saw Ling Han was completely unmoved, they could only leave helplessly. The third imperial prince arrived quietly not long after. I had never thought that Feng Yan has actually become a disciple of the Winter Moon sect, and has even been taken in as a disciple by a powerful elite of the spiritual infant tier. The third imperial prince said as soon as he had stepped through the doors. His face was filled with envy, as well as defiance. At first, he was the strongest young genius of his age range, and the leader of the 3 core disciples of Huyang Academy, but yesterday, he was challenged by Feng Yan and completely defeated. This had to be because Feng Yan had obtained the secret inheritance of the Winter Moon sect, and also the reason why he had been able to surpass him in cultivation and defeat him easily. What gave him the right? Feng Yan was merely a true disciple of Huyang Academy, whereas he was an imperial prince of Rain Country and a core disciple. Why had the Winter Moon sect chosen Feng Yan instead of him? This caused the third imperial prince to feel both envy and hatred. Ling Han smiled faintly. The third imperial prince's flustered and exasperated display caused his opinion of the former to instantly fall quite considerably, and he could not even bother with the latter's resentful complaints and merely pretended as if he had not heard a single word. Ling Han, what are your plans tomorrow? The third imperial prince asked seriously. This was his real purpose for coming. Ling Han looked at the third imperial prince and asked, what plans does your imperial highness want me to have tomorrow? The third imperial prince could not help but smile. In his eyes, Ling Han was merely a stepping stone for him on his way to ascend the throne, and he had never considered Ling Han as a friend, so everything had to be done for his benefit first and foremost. He said, Feng Yan is currently very powerful, but not long after, he will leave Rain Country, so I am hoping you can bear with it for the moment. What your Imperial Highness means is that I should stay here tomorrow? Ling Han asked calmly. I know that girl from the Lu clan is an outstanding beauty, but how could we who do great things be troubled by personal considerations? If you face off with Feng Yan now, you would be killed by him, and my imperial father would only turn a blind eye to the matter. Thus, bear with it for the moment to exchange for a clear and boundless sky in the future, the third imperial prince advised. From his mouth, Ling Han was made aware of the attitude of the imperial family. No matter how much of a fuss he and Feng Yan created with their personal enmity, the imperial family would not interfere. Just like how when he was attacked by Feng Yan in the middle of the street at midnight, when not a single imperial guard had appeared, and when he had crippled Feng Luo's arms, the imperial family too did not take any action. Even when Feng Luo died by his hand, when he returned, he did not see the imperial family pursue the matter either. Needless to say, as Feng Yan had entered the Winter Moon sect, the imperial family would naturally not dare to take action against him. As for Ling Han, he had the 2 big bosses of alchemy to back him up now at first, and now he himself had become a big boss like them, so the imperial family similarly dared not make a move against him. Unless Ling Han did something that would weaken the authority of the imperial family. Thus, just battle it out as much as the two of you liked, as it was a personal enmity anyways. However, the backers on both sides could not act. Whether it was Fu Yuanshan killing off Feng Yan, or some elite of the Winter Moon sect killing Ling Han, the imperial family would be unable to give a good explanation to the other side. If the backers on either side made a move, then the imperial family would be forced to interfere. Ling Han smiled. Since he was now aware of the imperial family's bottom line, he could take advantage to turn the battle in his favor. "I am going to attend tomorrow's wedding," he said. You, the third imperial prince, could not help but become furious. Chapter 253, The Seventh Imperial Prince. The third imperial prince had thought at first that his earnest and well-meaning advice would have successfully persuaded Ling Han, but never thought that the latter would completely disregard his words. Thus, he could not help but be angry. If it had been anyone else, he would have definitely rebuked him harshly, or even possibly thrown a harsh slap at him. But when he recalled that there were the two big bosses of alchemy standing behind Ling Han, he could only suppress the flames of rage burning in his heart and say, "Ling Han, what capability do you have to oppose Feng Yan? Putting aside the fact that you are not strong enough to oppose him, the Lu clan would only have to send out a spiritual ocean clansman, and that would be enough to prevent you from even stepping in through their doors." Ling Han smiled and said, "I never thought that your Imperial Highness would be so worried about me." The third imperial prince of course knew that this was sarcasm, and instantly, his face darkened as he said, "Ling Han, don't lose your senses because of women. Don't forget, we are men who have great goals to aspire to." Ling Han shook his head internally. He realized that the third imperial prince must have had no idea that he was already a black-grade high-level alchemist himself. Otherwise, the former would naturally have much more confidence in him, and would definitely not dare to speak to him in such a way. In truth, he did not have any intention to deliberately conceal this matter. Thus, it was actually very easy to find out that he had already gained the status of a black-grade high-level alchemist. At least, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion found out very early on, but for the one and only third imperial prince, how could his information be so outdated? Then, it must have been someone who had done something, which led to the third imperial prince being still ignorant of this matter. In the imperial city, the only one who had the power to achieve this was the Rain Emperor. Everyone said that the current Rain Emperor was greatly skilled and a master of strategy, and was possibly the ruler who had the broadest vision since the establishment of Rain Country. Then, how could the Rain Emperor be completely unaware when his sons were all moving in secret and forming their own alliances? Even if he was aware, he did not interfere or make any move to stop them. Obviously, the Rain Emperor wanted to see which of his sons was the most brilliant before he would pass on the throne. This could also be considered as a test of skill for the imperial princes. Unfortunately, the eldest imperial prince and third imperial prince were completely unaware of this and thought that their actions were extremely secret, having no idea that the Rain Emperor was aware of everything they did. Ling Han sighed. Most likely, the third imperial prince had not passed the test. If he was determined to put all his effort into supporting the third imperial prince, then with the power in his hands, no matter how weak the third imperial prince was, he could still somehow push him up to the throne. But who asked the third imperial prince to cut off this path himself? Your Imperial Highness, Yu Tong is my friend, and I am definitely not one to give up on my friends. Ling Han declared. The third imperial prince was practically about to explode in fury. He had advised him so patiently and earnestly, but why did Ling Han take no heed of his words? He said angrily, "Don't pretend to be so noble and virtuous. If you want beautiful women, I can give you 1,000, or 10,000. I can even give Ziyen to you." In his heart, even Ziyen was merely a tool he could manipulate. As long as she could help him ascend to the throne, he could discard her at any time. Ling Han shook his head, and said, "People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Please leave, Your Imperial Highness." The third Imperial Prince's face darkened, and he said, "Ling Han, have you forgotten about the Eye of Truth? Anyone who covets the secret treasure of the country would not be given a light punishment. Is Your Imperial Highness threatening me?" Ling Han asked with a smile. "Then you're on your own," the third Imperial Prince humphed and left with a flourish of his robes. What a hot temper! Ling Han could not help but smile. If this guy knew that he was now already a black-grade high-level alchemist, what kind of expression would he have on his face? Would he be so overwhelmed with regret that he wanted to smash his head into a wall? Not too long after, another person arrived. The eldest Imperial Prince. Similar to the third Imperial Prince, he was also trying to persuade Ling Han not to attend the wedding tomorrow. His attitude was much more forceful than the third Imperial Prince, but the final result was the same. His efforts were all in vain, and he even slammed his hand onto the table in fury before leaving in a rage. Ling Han sighed. This was obviously his personal business, but why were they all trying to bend him to their will, and upon his refusal, looked like they were the ones wronged? What kind of logic was that? Is young Master Ling here? At this moment, a knock once again was heard from the front doors. He really had a lot of visitors today. If it was not for the fact that he had sent Hunyo to rest in the Black Tower early on, most likely the little girl would have been awakened by the commotion quite a few times by now, and most probably would have jumped out in fury to bite the people who had disturbed her slumber. Ling Han went over to open the door and saw there was a tall, slender young man standing at the doorway. He was quite handsome, and though his attire was quite casual, he carried on him a certain innate aura making him seem powerful even though he was completely calm. "I am Qi Changyu. Please do not be angered by my disturbing you at such a late time tonight." This young man looked to be about 20 years old and was at the 9th layer of the element-gathering tier. Among the younger generation of the Imperial City, he was not the least bit outstanding. Another with the surname Qi. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "So it was you, Your Imperial Highness, the 7th Imperial Highness." Right, he was really quite popular, wasn't he? Now, all the 3 Imperial Princes who had the right to actually compete for the throne had all paid him a visit. However, he did not know if the 7th Imperial Prince was also here to persuade him to not attend the wedding tomorrow. The 7th Imperial Prince also smiled, and said, "Young Master Ling must definitely be going to attend the wedding tomorrow, right? So what Your Imperial Highness means to say is that it is best that I don't go?" "No." The 7th Imperial Prince shook his head, a sliver of anger appearing on his face. He said, "This is the land of the rain country, yet Feng Yen used the Winter Moon sect as a threat in order to forcibly marry one of our women. If I was the emperor, I would definitely have punched him so hard he would fly out of the country. I do not think that the Winter Moon sect would dare to oppose the rain country just because of one little disciple. If they really did, then they would really become a joke to the whole northern region." As someone who had lived 2 lives, Ling Han naturally had sharp eyes. He could tell that although there was a bit of pretense in the 7th Imperial Prince's words, that was really how he felt. However, as an Imperial Prince, his actions and words would always be a bit exaggerated. "And so Your Imperial Highness is here to support me, then?" The 7th Imperial Prince nodded and said, "Just do as you wish tomorrow, young Master Ling. I am willing to become your sturdy backer." Ling Han could not help but smile. "Why does Your Imperial Highness have such confidence in me? The Liu clan has a powerful member of the spiritual pedestal tier on standby, and with my limited ability, most likely, I wouldn't even be able to step in through the doors, right?" These words were what the eldest and the 3rd Imperial Princes had used to try to persuade him, but now he was using them to test the 7th Imperial Prince. He did not believe that a man who was capable of competing for the throne was a hot-headed man. Moreover, they had not even met before, so why would the 7th Imperial Prince come to offer his support? The 7th Imperial Prince laughed heartily, and said, "A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. To tell you the truth, I have done my investigation and discovered that young Master Ling is someone who has gained 3 silver plaques. In Rain Country, not even my imperial father would dare do anything too harsh to young Master Ling. At most, he would most possibly have you captured and chase you out of our borders." Indeed, this guy knew that he had become a black-grade high-level alchemist, and that was why he had come so full-heartedly to support him. Ling Han considered for a moment, then asked, "What kind of support are you intending to offer me, Your Imperial Highness?" The 7th Imperial Prince could not help but be delighted. He knew that Ling Han had already accepted him. If not, he would not possibly ask him such a question. He said quickly, "Though I do not have too much power, I am willing to give my support to you and offer you the assistance of 2 elites of Spiritual Ocean Tier." Ling Han was surprised. Spiritual Pedestal Tier was the highest tier of power in Rain Country. Even the Rain Emperor himself was only able to ask for their help, and could not command them. Thus, the 7th Imperial Prince being able to command the power of Spiritual Ocean Tier elites was something very impressive. One had to understand that even Ling Han had only just managed to con a Spiritual Ocean Tier elite into becoming his bodyguard. Moreover, this bodyguard had not yet been tested. "Then I shall gratefully accept your Imperial Highness's aid, thank you," he said, smiling. Chapter 254, Going to the Lu Residence. The 7th Imperial Prince was very tactful. He did not show any signs of arrogance as the supporter, and did not make any requests of Ling Han to do something in return for his assistance. He merely continued to talk with Ling Han about tomorrow, and about how he was going to coordinate with Ling Han's movements. Ling Han was not reserved, either. If he was truthfully going to accept someone as a friend, then he would definitely not be reserved in asking his friends for help. The opposite was true as well. If his friend needed his help, he would not refuse, either. The two of them conversed for a very long time. The 7th Imperial Prince finally begged his leave, and when Ling Han escorted him to the doors, he smiled and said, "I will come find you to share a drink in the future, Your Imperial Highness." "So will I," the 7th Imperial Prince laughed loudly, knowing that Ling Han had finally accepted him. There was no exception among the 3 Imperial Princes. They all wanted to go through Ling Han instead of asking for Feng Yan's help to assist them on their way to the throne. That was because the latter was absolutely an impractical choice. The Rain Emperor would definitely not allow the Winter Moon sect to interfere in the affairs of Rain Country, what more when it was a very important issue like the inheritance of the throne. Whichever imperial prince actually dared to make an alliance with Feng Yan would directly fall out of the Rain Emperor's favor. Thus, though neither the eldest nor 3rd imperial prince was very optimistic about Ling Han, they had merely come to persuade him not to be rash, and had absolutely no intention of switching to Feng Yan's side. No matter what, Ling Han was still a citizen of Rain Country, and as for Feng Yan? He. The night passed, and the wedding day of the princess of the Lu clan had arrived. Anyone with the slightest bit of social status in the imperial city turned their eyes to the Lu clan. This day when the Lu clan would be marrying off one of their daughters would definitely not be a fine and sunny day. On the other hand, a great storm could very possibly happen today. Naturally, if Ling Han was willing to be a coward, then nothing would happen, of course. It would only be a day when a deity-like woman would have to marry a piece of trash. "Nyo, are you ready?" Ling Han asked. "Nyo has to look beautiful, wait." Hu Nyo called from inside the room. Ling Han could not help but laugh loudly. When he entered the room to take a look, Hu Nyo was putting on makeup in front of the copper mirror. She had painted her little face red and green, and looked like a monster. He walked over, took a towel and began to wipe the little girl's face. He said, "Nyo does not need to make up. You look most beautiful when you're completely clean. Hu Niu was very pleased and obediently allowed him to wipe off the makeup on her face. Ling Han shook his head. This little girl must have learnt this from Lu Yutong and Li Si Chan. Indeed, it was the nature of a woman to want to look beautiful. Even such a little girl had already learnt to show off her looks shamelessly. Let's go. Ling Han held onto Hu Niu's little hand and walked out. When he arrived outside the courtyard, Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiu, Jin Wuji, and Li Hao approached. I say, brat, are you really planning to go make a big fuss? Guang Yuan asked, looking very displeased. If you are afraid, you can stay behind, Ling Han said calmly. Hey, how could I be one who goes back on his word? Guang Yuan humphed angrily, pointed his finger at Ling Han, and said, however, if I die at the Lu residence today, I won't spare you even if I become a ghost. From what I see, Big Brother Guang is a very lucky man, and is definitely not one who will have a short life, Ling Han said with a smile. You brat are definitely my unlucky star. Guang Yuan still looked very displeased. Ling Han laughed loudly. Guang Yuan still decided to take the risk with him, and he was very glad for this. He had indeed not thought wrongly of the former. Since he was willing to take such great risk with him, then he would definitely not treat him unfairly. If Guang Yuan really encountered fatal danger, he would use the Black Tower to take him in. He did not care even if this would expose the fact that he had some kind of logic-defying treasure on him. Zhu Wujiu and the others did not say anything. They merely followed closely behind Ling Han. Action spoke louder than words. The destination was the Lu residence. The 6 of them walked on, and very quickly, they arrived at the Lu residence. The crimson front doors were wide open, and a crimson carpet was laid out on the ground. There was a group of servants at the doorway who were receiving the guests. As it was now close to noon, the guests that should be here had more or less already arrived, and it was a very lively scene at the doorway. There were guests, and there were those who were not qualified to be invited. They were all standing outside, watching the excitement. Ling Han and the others walked over. Zhu Wujiu and the other 4 very naturally fell behind a single step behind Ling Han. The main character today was Ling Han. Young master, please show me your invitation. Immediately, a servant approached them, and smiled at Ling Han. Ling Han smiled, and asked, what if I don't have an invitation? If you do not have an invitation, then you cannot enter. The servant still maintained his smile. Today was a joyous day for the Lu clan, so if it was preventable, it was best not to make any issue. Moreover, he could not see through the aura exuding from Ling Han at all, which obviously meant that the latter was stronger than him. If they came to blows, he would definitely be on the losing side. As a result, he naturally hoped that he could coax Ling Han to leave peacefully. Ling Han smiled, and said, my name is Ling Han. Would it be possible to make an exception for me? Ling Han. The servant got a scare from that. He had naturally heard of Ling Han's name. It could be said that the reason why Lu Yutong was getting married today was greatly related to Ling Han. If it was not for the fact that Ling Han was an enemy of Feng Yan, how could it be possible that Lu Yutong would marry such a character like Feng Ming? So it was young Master Ling, please. The servant made a gesture to allow Ling Han to pass. He was not stopped. Ling Han had initially planned to fight his way in, but had never thought that he would be able to step in through the front doors so easily. Looks like the Lu clan was also indecisive about this marriage, and was not willing to become Feng Yan's weapon. Thus, they simply decided to have the 2 of them to confront each other directly. He strode through the main doors. Some outside had very sharp eyes, and when they saw that Ling Han had entered without needing to display his invitation, they could not help but exclaim at the unfairness of it. However, the servant glared at them and said, that person just now was Ling Han, young Master Ling. Instantly, everyone around was silenced. However, the silence was only momentary, and they began to whisper to one another. Ling Han had indeed come, and there would definitely be a grand show today. Hey, brother, just let us go in and watch. That's right, we're not trying to get a free meal. Just having a spot to stand would be fine. At worst, we could pay entrance fees. They all began to call out. The servant glared at them, and said, "What kind of place do you all think this is? The marketplace, or the arena? If any one of you still dare to spout nonsense, then I'll have you all apprehended." The Lu clan was one of the 8 great clans. It was not a small issue even if it was only one of their doormen who was making the threats. This immediately caused them all to shut their mouths, not daring to say anything more. However, they all pricked up their ears. Even if they couldn't go in and see anything, then they'd just have to settle for simply listening. Naturally, the news spread quickly. Moreover, Ling Han was the cause of today's wedding in the first place. He was one of the main characters. The news that he had arrived very quickly spread throughout the whole Lu residence. All of them, including those who had come as guests, looked like they were here to watch a grand show. Ling Han. Young Master Han. Mr. Ling. A considerable number approached, whereas the eldest and the third imperial prince stood amongst the crowd wearing slightly dark expressions. They were obviously very displeased with the fact that Ling Han had not heeded their advice and came. Ling Han clasped his hands together and raised them in everyone's direction, which could be considered as having greeted them. Big Brother Ling. A young man approached. He was about 15 or 16 years old, and had a slightly shy expression on his face, though there was an endless evil hidden in the depths of his eyes. Yan Tian Zhao. Ling Han gave a nod. Yet, he was quickly shocked, because he actually could not see through this young man. Chapter 255, The Wedding Begins. Though Ling Han was only in the gushing spring tier, he also had the eyes of someone who used to be in the heaven tier. He would be able to tell with a single glance someone's cultivation level as long as they were below the heaven tier. But he actually couldn't see through Yan Tian Zhao now. Had the latter already reached the heaven tier? That was impossible. That was absolutely impossible. Even he, the Alchemy Emperor, had spent 200 years to finally achieve this step, and no one had achieved such an impressive feat before him. Although it was impossible that no one managed to repeat his achievement, but there would definitely not appear a young man in his mid-teens who managed to reach the heaven tier. Ling Han observed him closely, and could not help but frown faintly. He could somewhat sense an incomparably evil aura from Yan Tian Zhao, but could not clearly describe what it exactly was. But what could be confirmed was that this aura had formed a kind of barrier, which did not let him see through Yan Tian Zhao. Ling Han could not help but heave a sigh internally. Though he had met such monsters as the Sword Emperor and the Phoenix Maiden in his last life, at that time, he was already standing at the peak of the world. Thus, he would not feel anything strange about meeting so many exceptional geniuses. But what about this lifetime? There first appeared a Ronghuan Xian who had gained the inheritance of the Thousand Corpse sect. Originally, he would have been able to reach the level of a monster, but after his body was taken over by Azura Demon Emperor, he would definitely be even more terrifying in the future. And now here was a Yan Tian Zhao, who was capable of preventing Ling Han from seeing through him, which meant that the former's monstrous level was definitely not low. He was only in the gushing spring tier, and was currently in the tiny little rain country, yet he had already encountered 2 people who could possibly become logic-defying in the future, then in the 9 nations of the desolate north, the whole northern region, or even in this whole world. How many such monsters would there be? Weren't there too many geniuses in this lifetime? He had so easily encountered them. So it's little brother Yen. Ling Han smiled, then looked left and right and asked, "Where's Lady Yen?" "My mother felt a little unwell and is currently resting at home, she has not come," Yan Tian Zhao said politely, looking completely like a polite, well-mannered young man, making anyone who saw him unable to help but have a favorable impression of him. Ling Han nodded and said, "Is little brother Yen planning to give me your support?" "Ha, I am just here to attend big sister Yutong's wedding today and enjoy a cup of wine. I don't know about anything else." Yen Tianzhao laughed, and stepped to another side. He easily maneuvered, and his behavior was absolutely unlike a young man of his age. This was seen by some old guys, and they could not help but be astonished. When had such a young man appeared in the imperial city? Not only was he very mature, but even they were not able to see through to his cultivation level, which was something extremely strange. "Ling Han." A harsh voice was heard and they saw a tall man approach them. He said, "What are you doing here?" "Lu Bucheng, Lu Yutong's seventh uncle." Ling Han was pondering over his attitude as he asked, "It is Yutong's wedding. Should I not come here to offer my congratulations?" Lu Bucheng looked meaningfully at Ling Han, and was similarly pondering over Ling Han's words. He frowned slightly and said, "If you have come to enjoy a cup of wine, then we would naturally welcome you, but if you are here to make a fuss, then the Lu residence is not a place where you can do as you like." Ling Han smiled and nodded. He could not tell the attitude of the Lu clan from Lu Bucheng's words and tone. He was simply discussing the matter as it was. Let's just see, then. About all the guests had arrived, and they all took their seats. The majority of the seating was arranged in advance, but there were some exceptions such as Ling Han. However, they naturally had some emergency seats set aside, so he at least did not have to stand at one side. "Fu Yuansheng, Grandmaster Fu, has arrived," a servant announced, which instantly caused a shock to all those seated. That was one of the two big bosses of alchemy of Rain Country, who was merely beneath the Rain Emperor in status. The clan head of the Lu clan personally came out to receive Fu Yuansheng. The two of them walked side by side, smiling and laughing, and seemed to be having an enjoyable conversation. The Lu clan marrying one of their daughters actually managed to successfully invite Fu Yuansheng. What an honor was that! But those seated were well aware that Fu Yuansheng could not possibly have come for the sake of the Lu clan. Instead, he was here because of Ling Han. They had long heard that the two big bosses of alchemy were dearly fond of Ling Han, and Fu Yuansheng was personally here to attend the wedding today. He was obviously here to support Ling Han fully. How could this be mere fondness? This was practically pampering Ling Han like he was his own son. The third elder, Jia Bo Yuan, of Spirit Treasures Pavilion, Master Jia has arrived. Fu Yuansheng had just taken his seat when another very important person had arrived. Jia Bo Yuan's status was not as high as Fu Yuansheng's, but he was still someone who was in the spiritual pedestal tier, and in Rain Country, that was an elite level. Usually, it would be difficult even to catch one glimpse of such elites, but they actually came to attend the wedding today. Lu Yutong and Feng Ming did not have such face. Then Jia Bo Yuan either came here because of Ling Han, or because of Feng Yen. It was unknown whose side he was on. Right at this moment, Feng Yen finally arrived. He had his hands placed behind his back and casually sat at the most central seat. When his eyes passed over Ling Han, a cold smirk appeared at the corners of his lips and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The unspoken words here were, "I want you to watch as your own woman is married to another man, but what can you do?" Ling Han pretended he had not seen anything. It was not the time yet. There was no need to rush. The groom and the bride pay their respects to the heavens and earth, the announcer called out loudly, and they could see a person walking out from either side of the main hall. On the left side was a young man who was wearing nuptial robes. He was quite good-looking, but filled with a sloppy, ruffian-like air. On the right side was a young woman in bridal robes. She was wearing a red veil on her head and was being supported by a maid-servant on one side. She was slowly walking over. Anyone who had eyes could see that the woman in bridal robes had her cultivation sealed, and was being forcefully dragged over by the maid-servant beside her. "Wait!" Ling Han stood up. "Here it is, here it is, here comes the grand show," everyone thought in their hearts, and they were all filled with anticipation. After all, what was so nice about attending a wedding anyways? They were not the groom, and the majority of the people here had come here for the confrontation between Ling Han and Feng Yan. "What do you mean, Ling Han?" one of the clansmen of the Lu clan asked frostily. "I do not agree to this wedding," Ling Han said with a shake of his head. "Huh, who do you think you are? Does the Lu clan marrying off one of their daughters still require your approval?" the man said icily. He was in his 30s, and was at the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier. Ling Han looked at Lu Bucheng, but saw that the latter was completely unperturbed, as if he had no idea what was going on. Instantly, Ling Han understood. There were actually two voices in the Lu clan. One was in support of marrying Lu Yutong off to Feng Ming, while the other was not in agreement. However, the side that was in disagreement was obviously at a disadvantage. Thus, Lu Yutong had still come out to get married, but with the understanding that this would not affect the benefit of the entire Lu clan, this side was still willing to open the back door for Ling Han. Therefore, Ling Han had successfully entered into the Lu residence. Otherwise, he would definitely have had to fight his way in. Ling Han strode over and said, "Let me repeat, I do not agree to this wedding." "Get lost," the clansmen of the Lu clan shouted, and flew over, delivering a punch towards Ling Han. The fist approached, and there was a terrifying shock wave surrounding it. As a clansman of the Lu clan, his battle prowess was more powerful than any other person in the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier, and had already reached the level of an ordinary person in the 8th layer of the gushing spring tier. Ling Han raised his hand and casually threw a punch of his own. Chapter 256, Entering the Stage. Peng, when Ling Han's fist flew past, there was no visible use of any kind of incredible martial arts technique, yet he just so happened to capture a tiny opening in his opponent's attack. In front of all of their eyes, Ling Han's fist very easily slammed into the chest of that Lu clansman, and the latter flew back from the impact. This punch was very solid, and that man let out a muffled humph before directly passing out from the blow. A wave of surprised exclamations rose up all around. One had to understand, that member of the Lu clan was in the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier, whereas Ling Han was only in the 1st layer of that tier. An opponent in the late stage of the gushing spring tier should have absolute domination over one in the early stage, so how could he possibly not even be able to withstand a single punch from Ling Han? The expressions of the eldest and the 3rd imperial princes changed drastically as well. Ling Han was actually so powerful, so much that he could defeat even an opponent in the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier in a single strike. This was not very much weaker when compared to Feng Yan. Not too long ago, Ling Han's cultivation level was not strong enough to even be considered by them. They had decided to lower themselves to befriend Ling Han simply because they had seen the value of Ling Han's background, but Ling Han's personal ability was not even worth their consideration. But now, this was completely unbelievable. Meanwhile, the 7th imperial prince smiled. The stronger Ling Han was, the happier he was, because he had helped Ling Han in his time of need, and this friendship was absolutely genuine. Some clansmen of the Lu clan looked glad, while there were some who looked angered. Obviously, this was because they were in two minds about this situation, and hence this gave rise to their completely different attitudes. Ling Han continued to advance as if he had just struck a minor character that was not worth a second mention. "Ling Han, you are definitely bold to dare to come to the Lu clan and commit a crime." Another middle-aged man jumped out. It was already difficult to find one that could stop Ling Han among the younger generation. This man was about 40 years old and was in the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier. He had been stuck on this cultivation level for a considerable number of years, but it was also because of this that he had solidified and refined his power at this cultivation level. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, I'm just ordinarily brave. I'm simply here to see a friend. Since that's the case, then please conduct yourself with dignity, the Lu clansman said. His name was Lu Zheng, and he was very likely to break through to the spiritual ocean tier. As a result, he was qualified enough to come into contact with the core secrets of the Lu clan. He knew that there were two voices in the Lu clan. One was supporting Ling Han, while the other was supporting Feng Yan. He naturally was in support of Feng Yan, because Feng Yan had promised many benefits that moved the Lu clan to agree. However, because there were still many clansmen in the Lu clan who were in support of Ling Han, he did not want to become enemies with Ling Han. Ling Han said, if Yu Tong is willingly getting married, I will definitely deliver a valuable gift to congratulate her on her marriage. However, if there's someone forcing her to go through with it, then, as a friend, I will definitely not agree to the matter. Don't you think you are being too much of a busybody? Lu Zheng humphed. Due to the fact that you are acting to help a friend, if you step back now, I will spare you for your insolence. Let Yu Tong speak. I want to personally hear what she has to say. Ling Han continued to advance. Insolence. Lu Zheng was angered now. He was not only a clansman of the Lu clan, but was also one who was about to step into the central circle of the Lu clan. Who would dare not heed any words he spoke? However, even though he had spoken such kind words to Ling Han, the latter still insisted on being a pest. All around them, the spectators were watching. At this moment, naturally no one would run out and play the role of fool. Ling Han strode forwards and passed by Lu Zheng, paying absolutely no attention to the latter at all. How dare you? Lu Zheng could not take this kind of humiliation. He suddenly turned around, and stretched out a hand to grab Ling Han's shoulder. Ling Han did not even turn his head. He simply grabbed onto Lu Zheng's wrist with one hand, and with a toss, shwa, Lu Zheng was tossed away. Coincidentally, it just so happened that he landed by Feng Yan's feet. So awesome, not even Lu Zheng was able to stand up to him. How many battle stars did this guy have? But he was obviously merely in the first layer of the gushing spring tier, so how was he so awesome? Among the crowd, Yan Tianzhao smiled, but a green light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It transformed into a strange-looking six-pointed star, staring at Ling Han fixatedly as the smile at the corners of his lips increasingly widened. Feng Yan looked down to look at Lu Zheng, who had fallen in front of him before once again raising his head. His face was extremely calm, and there was no visible change in expression. Ling Han, you have gone too far. An old man who looked to be in his 50s walked out, wearing an expression of displeasure. Lu Ci, spiritual ocean tier. Don't be mistaken, just because his name had a Ci1, this man was not the slightest bit merciful. He had always had the reputation of being a ruthless man. Now, Ling Han was invincible among all those in the gushing spring tier, so no matter how many gushing spring tier martial artists faced him, they were simply asking to be humiliated. As a result, this spiritual ocean tier elite of the Lu clan could only shamelessly step out. Even if it was a bit embarrassing to bully the weak when he was so much stronger, but it was at least better than not being able to restrain Ling Han, and allowing him to make a fuss in such a public setting. Big brother Guang, I'll hand this piece of trash over to you. Ling Han said with a smile. Guang Yuan stood up, very displeased, and said, this is a spiritual ocean tier martial artist, not a piece of trash. I am indeed very unlucky that I would actually be conned by you. Though he said such words, he had already jumped out and appeared in front of Lu Ci. Guang Yuan? Lu Ci naturally recognized this Guang Yuan. Spiritual ocean tier martial artists were the true LTs in Rain Country. For example, in such a big place like the Yuan City, there was only one person in the spiritual ocean tier, which was proof enough of the rarity of such elites. What more when Guang Yuan was also one of the top 10 among loose cultivators. Not even a great clan like the Lu clan would underestimate him. Guang Yuan laughed and said, "Brother Lu, you don't move, and I won't move, either. All right?" Lu Xi's face changed drastically. These words seemed to be giving him face, but one had to understand that this was the Lu clan, and today was the day the Lu clan was marrying off one of their daughters. What kind of logic was that? You all came to create trouble and he was still not allowed to act? Brother Guang Yuan, could you give me some face and not interfere? Another elite of the Lu clan stepped out, smiling at Guang Yuan. Lu Chuang. Guang Yuan's face could not help but tense up. This man was the kind of man who could wear a big smile while having evil intentions. He could call you brother and converse enjoyably with you, yet immediately become hostile and attack in the next moment. Moreover, he was in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which was a layer higher than Guang Yuan's own cultivation level. Hee, I'll come in and join the fun too. A thin old man stood up. His head was bald and had very small eyes, but his eyes shone with a frighteningly cold light. Not even a blade of grass grows, Lu Zhongtian. This time, it was Lu Chuang's turn to become tense. Lu Zhongtian was a loose cultivator as well, and he was 1 generation older than Guang Yuan. The nickname of "not even a blade of grass grows" described his bald head, and also came to be because he was a ruthless man who did not leave his enemies alive. There had been no news of this man since 5 years ago, and most people thought that he was already long dead. However, the Lu clan knew that Lu Zhongtian had been taken in by the imperial family. This man appeared here now, and was obviously on Ling Han's side. Would this be the imperial family's gesture to make known their attitude? Even the eldest and the 3rd imperial princes were shocked. They were naturally aware of Lu Zhongtian's identity. This was one of the top elites of the imperial family. They too have 2 such men under their respective banners, and Lu Zhongtian was the 7th imperial prince's man. Have 7th younger brother and Ling Han joined forces? However, no matter how they looked at it, there was no way for Ling Han to get the upper hand in the battle today. How could 7th younger brother have made such a mistake? He obviously knew that Ling Han was definitely going to lose, yet still insisted on supporting him. One had to understand, Feng Yan had the Winter Moon sect behind him, and what party of Rain Country was capable of opposing such a colossal behemoth? How weird. 7th younger brother should not be as idiotic as that. Chapter 257, Open Confrontation. There were members of the other 7 great clans who had come to attend the wedding. Although those who were in the spiritual pedestal tier, due to their high status, had definitely not personally arrived, there was still a considerable number of martial artists of the spiritual ocean tier, who were naturally qualified to know Lu Zhongtian's identity, present. The imperial family was interfering? Interesting. Brother Zhongtian and I are old partners. Since Brother Zhongtian wants to interfere, how could I simply sit by and watch? Another old man stood up smilingly. Xie Chang. Is that really Senior Xie? Senior Xie is a genius of saber arts, and has been called Overlord Saber years ago. He was in the Huyang Academy at the same time as the Rain Emperor, and His Imperial Majesty, the Rain Emperor, has called him the strongest saber wielder that has appeared in these 200 years. He is the chief of the palace guards, and has been on guard in the imperial palace all this time. I never thought that he would be here. The spectators all exclaimed in shock. In terms of status, Xie Chang was much higher than Lu Zhongtian. Not only did the former have a higher cultivation level and a higher battle prowess, he was also the chief of the palace guards, and thus could to a great extent represent the imperial family. The eldest and the 3rd imperial princes tensed up. Lu Zhongtian's appearance could only represent the 7th imperial prince's individual support of Ling Han, but it was different in the case of Xie Chang. The Rain Emperor thought highly of Xie Chang, and as the chief of the palace guards, he was only loyal to the Rain Emperor. But now Xie Chang was standing on Ling Han's side. Wouldn't that mean that the Rain Emperor himself was supporting Ling Han? When they recalled the fact that they chose to stand by and do nothing, whereas the 7th Imperial Prince chose to support Ling Han, and now it seemed as if the Rain Emperor too had made his choice, how could this not shock them to pallor? Lu Chuang and Lu Xi's expressions changed drastically. Xie Chang could be considered as a representative of the Rain Emperor. In fact, most of the time, it was Xie Chang who was tasked with going to the various great clans to inform them of the Rain Emperor's decrees, and the extent to which he was exposed was even higher than the Rain Emperor. His appearance definitely did not just represent himself alone. Though Ling Han did not recognize Xie Chang, after hearing the discussions of the people around him, he was made aware of the latter's identity and could not help but nod internally. This was the Rain Emperor's move to express his displeasure towards the Winter Moon sect. It was also a warning. Of course, Rain Country was not qualified to oppose the Winter Moon sect. However, Feng Yan was only a mere disciple and his behavior was much too arrogant, and had thus attracted the Rain Emperor's displeasure. Xie Chang's appearance was also a knock on the heads of the clansmen of the Lu clan, reminding them not to forget themselves. The enmity between Feng Yan and Ling Han was only limited to the two of them, and it was best that others did not go and join in on the excitement. There was no way that the Lu clan could fail to decipher the Rain Emperor's hidden message. As a result, Lu Xi and Lu Chuang exchanged a look and stepped back respectively. Meanwhile, those clansmen who had intended to step in retook their seats as well. Xie Chang, Lu Zhongtian, and Guang Yuan exchanged smiles, and they too returned to their original positions. This was indeed a great turnabout of events. Previously, Feng Yan and Ling Han had created such a great commotion, and yet there was no sign of movement from the imperial family at all. At first, everyone had thought that it would be the same this time, but did not once think that the Rain Emperor would make a move so unexpectedly. This was something that no one had foreseen at all. The reason the imperial family did not make any move before this was because it had only been a private enmity between Ling Han and Feng Yan, but now that the Lu clan is also implicated in the matter, the significance is completely different. How could the Rain Emperor allow outsiders to interfere in the internal matters of the nation and shake the foundation of the country? A man with sharp insight had seen through the present situation. The others nodded in agreement. The Lu clan was one of the 8 great clans and one of the pillars of support for the empire. Yet now, they actually publicly sided with Feng Yan and the Winter Moon sect. Did you still care about the imperial family? Or were you planning a rebellion? This did not mean that the Rain Emperor was taking Ling Han's side, though. Rather, it was because Feng Yan, or better said, the Lu clan had exceeded their boundaries and crossed the Rain Emperor's bottom line. There had been 2 voices in the Lu clan in the first place, and now that the Rain Emperor had also expressed his opinion on the matter, naturally no one dared to interfere further. It would depend on Feng Yan alone whether he could stop Ling Han or not. Ultimately, this was a private enmity between Ling Han and Feng Yan after all. After taking a few more steps, Ling Han had arrived right in front of the nuptial couple. Ling Han, if you're here to drink at my wedding, I will welcome you. However, if it's anything else, I have no intention to listen. Feng Ming spoke. He looked like an obvious hooligan, but the words he said were very high standard, causing the onlookers to be taken aback. Obviously, these words were taught by Feng Yan, but his following words caused the spectators to frown. Ling Han, I heard that you have a close relation with Yu Tong. You wouldn't be planning to cuckold me, would you? Pooh. Quite a number of people choked. How could he simply ask such a question face to face? Didn't he think it was humiliating to ask such a thing? Idiot, this guy was indeed an idiot. He was an instrument that Feng Yan had made use of to deliberately embarrass Ling Han with. Anyone would probably turn green with fury after hearing his woman being insulted in such a way, right? Even the expressions of the clansmen of the Lu clan turned ugly at this. Lu Yutong was the elite genius daughter of the Lu clan. How could they not feel humiliated after hearing her being insulted so horribly? Let us quickly kneel and wed. Such a beautiful woman, I don't want to wait any longer to consummate our marriage. Feng Ming said lecherously. He had only seen Lu Yutong once, and was captivated under her spell ever since. Even in his dreams, he had never dared to dream that he would one day marry such a magnificent beauty. The guests all shook their heads repeatedly. They did not know what benefits the Lu clan had gained from this wedding, but after these words from Feng Ming, the reputation and pride of the Lu clan was probably ruined completely. Indeed, all the clansmen of the Lu clan looked ashen. They had never thought that Feng Ming would actually be this vulgar. Only Feng Yan was still wearing a smile. He did not look for anyone else except Feng Ming. Wasn't that precisely because of Feng Ming's vulgarity and immorality? The more lowly Feng Ming behaved, the greater the insult would be to Ling Han Si. You are only at this level, to fight over a woman with such a lowly, minor character. What are we standing around for? Let's kneel. Kneel. Can't you see that I have restrained myself for a very long time? Feng Ming urged. Pa! Ling Han moved, and a fist slammed onto Feng Ming's head. The cracking of bones was heard, and Feng Ming's entire head was completely smacked into his chest. His body staggered for a few times, and fell onto the ground with a bang. It was only now that blood came trickling out. Fine, the wedding has turned into a funeral. When they saw such a scene, quite a number of people wanted to clap and cheer. It was because Feng Ming was really too lowly, and had dragged down their status to his level. Now that he was killed with one strike from Ling Han, they suddenly felt the happy feeling one would feel after finally killing an irritating fly. Only the expressions of the Lu clan clansmen were ugly. No matter what, Feng Ming was a son-in-law of the Lu clan, and now he was actually killed by an outsider like Ling Han. Wasn't that practically a smack to their faces? Ling Han, you are getting bolder and bolder. Feng Yan finally stood, his hands placed behind his back, and walked towards Ling Han. Feng Ming was dead, and he naturally did not care one bit about it. He had never cared about this cousin of his, and the Feng clan did not need such a piece of trash in any case. He had only used Feng Ming to humiliate Ling Han, but had never thought that Ling Han would be so decisive and directly kill Feng Ming with a blow. So what? Ling Han countered. There was already no possibility of reconciliation between him and Feng Yan. He. Feng Yan did not become angered. Instead, he said to the clansmen of the Lu clan, why did you all stop? Didn't you hear the groom say just now, quickly kneel and complete the wedding ceremony? Wasn't Feng Ming already struck dead? How was he going to continue the wedding then? Hiss, Feng Yan couldn't be thinking of having Lu Yutong marry a dead man, right? Evil. That was too evil. No wonder Feng Yan was so calm. His purpose was only to humiliate Ling Han, and it was not much better getting married to a dead man than getting married to a piece of trash. Chapter 258, Decree of a Spiritual Infant Tier Elite. Feng Ming is already dead, so the matter of this wedding should be dropped, one of the higher-ranking clansmen of the Lu clan declared. He was one of the objectors and had previously endured for a long time. It was only now that he finally chose to speak up. If the Lu clan really married Lu Yutong to a dead man, then how would they be able to continue existing in the imperial city? Feng Yan smiled calmly and said, so what if he's dead? When I return, I will find a man from the Feng clan, and if Miss Lu thinks one is not enough, I would not mind finding a few more. Once these words were spoken, the clansmen of the Lu clan all looked furious. What did you think the women of the Lu clan were? Prostitutes? And you said you want to find any man, and if one was not enough, you wanted to find a few more. Feng Yen was completely uncaring. So what if he had excited the fury of the crowds? Even if a flock of lambs decided to unite, how could they stand against a fierce lion? He had in his hands absolute power, enough that he would not need to bow his head even in front of the Rain Emperor, what more when it was only a mere Lu clan. "Hung, the wedding is cancelled, get lost," the clan head of the Lu clan declared. The aura of a spiritual pedestal tier elite rolled out like the waves of a stormy sea, causing all those around them to turn pale. The fury of an elite was enough to turn the sky and earth upside down. Yet Feng Yen paid no attention. He merely waved his right hand, and in his hand appeared a roll of silken paper. No one saw where he had drawn it out from. He continued to say, "This was the decree that my master had gifted to me, who would dare disobey?" Everyone's expressions changed instantly. After Feng Yen had deliberately let the news spread out, those in the upper social circle were all aware that Feng Yen had joined the ranks of the disciples of a grand elder of the Winter Moon sect. That was an ultimate elite in the spiritual infant tier. In Rain Country, the flower-blossoming tier was synonymous for invincibility, what more when it was a spiritual infant tier that was practically a living god. With a decree from an elite in the spiritual infant tier in his possession, Feng Yen could completely wave a chicken feather as a token of authority. Even the current Rain Emperor would have to give some face, right? The clan head of the Lu clan instantly choked. He was a forceful person by nature, but in front of the decree of a spiritual infant tier elite, how could he continue with his forceful ways? Feng Yan's eyes swept over the crowd, and no one dared to look him in the eye. They all lowered their heads. He could not help but look arrogant. He was a tyrant, but so what? He had the right to be. Today, he would completely humiliate Ling Han, before killing the latter with his own hands. Just because you say it is the decree of a spiritual infant tier elite, it is one? Ling Han shook his head, and said, "I have the token of a shattering void tier elite here myself, would you like to take a look as well?" "Huh, you're just being stubborn." Feng Yen laughed loudly, but when he saw some people begin to look a bit doubtful, he said, "Fine then, I'll just let you all take a look at the decree of a spiritual infant tier elite." He slowly unrolled the scroll. It was made out of some kind of unknown material. It had the softness of silk, but there were golden threads sewn into it as well, and by itself, it was already a very valuable item. Wang, a terrifying aura spread out from the decree. It was as if an ultimate elite warrior was about to step out from within, and this caused everyone to shiver, as they felt their limbs freeze, and it was as if their hearts would jump out of their chests at any second. This was definitely the decree of a spiritual infant tier elite. Merely the martial intent injected into it spreading out was enough to dominate over an area, and no one could gather the slightest intent to resist. Pa. One by one, they all knelt. The first were those in the body refining tier, followed by the element gathering tier ones, and then those in the gushing spring tier. As the decree was increasingly unrolled, even the spiritual ocean tier elites were no longer able to withstand it. However, the spiritual ocean tier was spiritual ocean tier after all. They forced themselves to merely sit on the ground, and were spared from being too embarrassing. Now, there were only a bare few elites of the spiritual pedestal tier who could force themselves to resist. Aside from them, Ling Han and Feng Yen were still standing as well. Meanwhile, Hunyo was still seated and chowing down on her food. She had listened to Ling Han and obediently did not run around anywhere. Aside from them, there was one other person who was still sitting fine. Yen Tian Zhao. The reason why Feng Yen could remain standing was because he was holding the scroll, and was thus protected by the scroll itself. As for Ling Han, he had been an ultimate elite of the heaven tier before, and would naturally have no fear for such dominating might. On the other hand, Hunyo was too inconceivable. But when one recalled that shocking spirit base in her dantian that had almost destroyed even Ling Han's consciousness, it was reasonable to think that she would also be able to resist the might at the level of the spiritual infant tier. But what about Yen Tianzhao, then? What did he possess that allowed him to resist the martial intent of a powerful elite of the spiritual infant tier? This guy glanced at Ling Han, and a cold smirk curled up the corners of his lips. He turned to look at Hunyo, and could not help but frown and look a bit baffled. Obviously, he could not comprehend Hunyo's calm display. The decree in Feng Yan's hands was fully unrolled, and though those in the spiritual pedestal tier could still resist, they had lost all ability of movement and could only force themselves to resist through gritted teeth. When he cast his eyes around, it seemed as if everyone was bowing down to Feng Yan, making him stand out like a swan in a flock of chickens as an invincible ruler. This kind of decree could not last for a very long time. The martial intent within would very quickly disperse, and to sustain such a powerful martial intent, the material used to construct the decree itself was also incomparably valuable. It could only be used once and would thereafter be completely written off. Thus, this was definitely a very wasteful move. Judging from the fact that Feng Yan was able to obtain such a decree, it was proof enough how very much that Grand Elder of the Winter Moon sect doted on him. He should have obtained this when he had returned to the Winter Moon sect to ask for a spiritual pill to heal Feng Luo's arms. Otherwise, he would have had the ability to completely eliminate Ling Han previously, and would have had no need to drag things on until this moment. Feng Yan laughed loudly, behaving extremely arrogantly. So what if they were in the spiritual pedestal tier? Even they would only be able to quiver like rats in front of him. So what if they were imperial princes or young masters? They could only kneel in front of him. How could this be? However, when Feng Yan swept over Ling Han, he instantly looked astonished. How could this guy still remain standing, and look so completely at ease? There was absolutely no logic in that. How are you still standing? Feng Yan could not help but ask. This was the decree of a spiritual infant tier elite he was holding here. None of your business. Ling Han gave him the middle finger. Feng Yan humphed, and said, I have underestimated you a bit, to think that you have actually concealed your true abilities thus far. However, you are definitely going to die today, and no one will be able to save you. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, your bragging is too exaggerated. Come on then, and let's see if your neck is really that hard. Insolence. Feng Yan was furious. The reason why he had drawn out the decree was to force Ling Han to his knee. She would step on the latter's head and let him watch as the wedding proceeded before stamping his head to pulp. Yet now, Ling Han was actually able to resist the dominating might of the decree. Die. He had lost all patience. The level of Ling Han's monstrous ability gave rise to a sense of dread within him. Ling Han was already at the same level as he in terms of the cultivation tier, and he also had a powerful backer. Now, he could stand up against even a decree of a spiritual infant tier elite. It would be best for him to get rid of such an enemy as soon as possible. With a single leap, Feng Yan reached Ling Han. His right hand was open and pressed down towards Ling Han, as heavy as if his hand itself was a mountain. Ling Han raised a fist to parry. Hong, the two attacks crashed together, and visibly, the origin power from their two attacks shattered as if it was glass. Xiao, 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 it rebounded in all directions. At the moment, everyone was being suppressed by the decree of the spiritual infant tier elite, and thus unable to defend themselves one bit. When one was scraped by a fragment of origin power, they would instantly be slashed. The two young men exchanged positions, and both looked serious. Their opponent was quite powerful. Feng Yan withdrew the decree, and with a shake of his right hand, a long saber appeared in his hand. Spatial ring. This guy was really quite arrogant. After obtaining such a treasure, he actually dared to show such a precious item in public. Was he not afraid that he would attract the envy of others? Ling Han drew his sword. However, it was not the demon birth sword. How could he so easily show off a level 10 spiritual tool? Chapter 259, Unbroken Sword Intent. Thankfully, Feng Yan's saber was merely a mortal item. Otherwise, even if it was merely a level 1 spiritual tool, there would be no need for the engraving of any kind of martial intent, as the degree of sharpness alone would be enough to break Ling Han's sword in half. Great Sun Mad Saber, break into pieces and exterminate. Feng Yan gave a loud shout, advancing with saber in hand. The saber flashed, creating ripples of power. The power behind these ripples was extremely terrifying. What a powerful saber intent! Xia Chang exclaimed in astonishment. By now, the decree of the spiritual infant tier elite had already been withdrawn, so everyone had naturally gotten back onto their feet and all turned to watch this battle between two young geniuses. However, there were some who had turned to look at Hunyo and Yen Tianzhao. This was because these two had actually managed to resist the might of a spiritual infant tier elite that had spread out from the decree, which was something that was both shocking and unanticipated. Xia Chang was named as Overlord Saber, which clearly showed that his ability in the field of saber arts was definitely in the upper ranks in Rain Country. And even he would exclaim in astonishment, showing that Feng Yan's saber technique was indeed extraordinary. Quite a lot nodded their heads in agreement. Whether they liked Feng Yan was a different matter, but if they were merely looking at his merits, Feng Yan's ability in saber arts was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have easily defeated the third imperial prince, Xiaofan, and Can Yi. Ling Han was also slightly surprised. The might behind this saber technique had reached the level of a black-grade high-level martial arts technique. The Feng clan was of course unable to possess a black-grade martial arts technique. In the whole Rain Country, only the imperial family possessed a black-grade high-level martial arts technique, and it was naturally impossible for Feng Yan to obtain such a secret technique from the imperial family. Thus, he must have been taught when he had gone to the Winter Moon sect. Not bad, not bad. No wonder he had obtained the favor of an elite of spiritual infant tier. Feng Yan should only have practiced this saber art for more than a month, yet he was already quite well practiced with this saber technique. He had at least grasped about 20 to 30% of the true essence of this technique, which showed how uncommon his talent in martial arts was. However, it was only uncommon. With a whistle, Ling Han waved his sword, and the Four Seasons sword technique circulated, heading towards Feng Yan. This sword technique was something he had taught to Lu Yutong. It was also a martial arts technique he had used in his last life. There was no need for him to familiarize himself with it at all. With a thought, he naturally could circulate it smoothly, and create a hazy drizzle as if it was a spring shower. These little droplets of rain were formed from Ling Han's origin power. As long as they were attached to one's body, the origin power would enter inside and create a very terrifying level of destruction. What a great sword technique! When they saw Ling Han's sword technique, quite a number of people exclaimed in praise. In the field of martial arts, the saber and the sword were the two most commonly used weapons. Feng Yan's saber technique had drawn exclamations of shock from the saber wielders, whereas Ling Han's sword technique had obtained the praise from the swordsmen. This young man's sword intent is definitely not weaker than Feng Yan's. That's right. Honestly, if I suppress my cultivation level to the level of the gushing spring tier, even I may not be able to use such a powerful sword technique. That's odd. Why do I feel as if this strike is not fully expressed, and there is some reservation? You have that feeling too? With a long whistle, Feng Yan had advanced with his saber in hand. Ting! A crisp sound was heard, creating a sound wave that spread out in all directions. Those martial artists below the gushing spring tier began to bleed from their ears, noses, and eyes, and looked very terrible. There was also a large number of people who were in the gushing spring tier that could not help but cover their ears. Ling Han and Feng Yan were both forced back, and this exchange of blows gave them both an equal share of the limelight. It was difficult to decide who was stronger. I have underestimated you a bit. Feng Yan humphed icily. With a wave of his long saber, he created a bitingly cold light that raged like a waterfall. The saber rolls 30,000 feet, and slashes all enemies on this world. Xie Chang's hand trembled, and he could not help but touch the hilt of his own saber, fighting spirit flickering in his eyes. Such a saber intent really gave him an itch, making him have the urge to battle such a powerful saber intent. That strike just now was actually not his full power. Gods, he's already so powerful, and he can actually still increase his power, he's really too terrifying. This time, Ling Han would only be able to retreat in the face of his superior strength. In the midst of the exclamations of surprise from their audience, Ling Han waved his sword and once more the spring rain appeared. However, it was only for an instant before the sword intent changed abruptly. From the gentle spring rain, it transformed into the shocking thunder of summer. Hong long long, the sound of thunder was endless, almost deafening their ears. What? Everyone was flabbergasted. A series of sword techniques? How could this be? The first strike has not been fully displayed, yet he was able to make another strike? Additionally, the switching of his sword intent is so natural that it gives one the feeling of spring moving into summer, which abides by the rules of nature. No wonder I felt that the strike just now was not fully expressed. So it seems as if the sword intent is unbroken, and has not been fully expended at all. This is really too scary. How did this guy cultivate such a technique? But was that the end of it? Ling Han's sword intent once again changed. An autumn breeze began to blow. It was a bit chilly and filled with killing intent. It changed once again, and became the biting cold of winter. Endless white snow flew all around, and they could not help but hug themselves, feeling cold. One sword technique has 4 sword intents. Gods, what a monster! This is too much of a monster. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. This had completely exceeded their level of understanding. Such a sword technique should not have appeared on this mortal plane at all. Ling Han smiled calmly. When he combined the 4 seasons sword technique into one, its might was close to the level of an earth-grade martial arts technique. If it was not for the fact that he had a sliver of the divine sense of a heaven-tier elite, he would not have been able to so smoothly use such a sword technique. And once there was a lapse, there would be a break in the 4 seasons, and the power behind the combined sword technique would be even lower than simply using one single sword technique. Spring rain, summer thunder, autumn wind, and winter snow, Ling Han controlled these 4 sword intents and boldly advanced towards Feng Yan in attack. Feng Yan's expression could not help but change drastically. If Ling Han had only used a single seasoned sword technique, he would be completely unafraid, and could even use the forcefulness of his saber to suppress Ling Han. But now that the 4 seasoned sword technique was combined into one, it produced the effect of 1 + 1 was larger than 2. This was a sword array. It was equivalent to having 4 martial artists join forces against him. No matter how powerful he was, how could he be able to stand against 4 Ling Han at the same time? He roared furiously, and his saber lowered and stabbed into the ground. His right foot suddenly stamped onto the ground, and he forced his body to fly back in retreat. Hong, the images of the sword surged, yet they missed their target. Only the tables and chairs nearby were carved into pieces that flew into the air. Who? Feng Yan kept panting harshly. Just now, he had forcibly withdrawn his attack, which was equivalent to attacking himself. Thus, he was now feeling horrible. He hurriedly swallowed a medicinal pill, his eyes fixated on Ling Han and a powerful dread flashing in them. He could tell that one strike from Ling Han contained 4 sword techniques, and 4 different sword intents. If it was only one, he was not afraid, but when the 4 seasons joined forces, the might was too powerful. Even he did not dare to face such an attack head-on. Damn! At first, he could easily crush Ling Han with a single lift of his hand. However, he had not yet obtained the approval of the Winter Moon sect at the time, so he had been cautious and planned to kill Ling Han 3 months later instead of doing so immediately. He had never thought that his mistake would have caused his younger brother to die by Ling Han's hand, and the latter had furthermore even obtained the ability to stand against him as an equal. This brat had really developed too fast, hadn't he? Get rid of him, he definitely had to get rid of him. Feng Yan once again drew out the decree and unrolled it. The powerful suppression was again released, and everyone was compelled to kneel or sit on the ground, all forced into a lower position. Die! Feng Yan used the decree like it was a whip, and whipped it towards Ling Han. There were characters flashing on its surface, and it was for some reason eerie. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.